And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another month, another edition here of the Platinum StarCraft 2 League, August 2025. I'm of course VIP with you and joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat and by my plushies as well. Welcome, one and all. Bienvenidos here to a monthly tournament to the Platinum StarCraft 2 League. And this is a tournament that is organized and funded by those working behind the scenes at the Platinum Heroes and Platinum Esports as well. They've been running this event for a couple of months at this point. It is their new 2025 initiative here to run this consistent tournament and have an end of year finale, an end of year kind of championship, if you will, bringing together all the top players that have competed in the monthly tournaments. Let's go. We're now jumping in for the month of August. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked. Also, very quickly before we jump into our series, if you're in the chat, Matcherino, exclamation mark Matcherino in the chat as well, as you will get a link to the Matcherino page, as of course there is a Matcherino for this tournament, so you can help boost the prize pool if you wish with that coupon code. Hold on, I got you. Bam. Here we go. So we're getting into our next game, and we're getting into our first series, and spawning in the bottom head corner of Tokamak, we have the green Terran player, the Spanish Terran. It is Akeron. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the yellow Protoss player, the South Korean Protoss. It is a triple. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our best of three. Likewise, a big shout to Captain Fish in the chat. Este Fish. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs to the community. To Burrito Baron, even. To Mute City, to Senor Law Clerk, to Null ATDT, and to Agus Evie. Thank you. Do appreciate the support as always. Hold on, I'll set up the players, and then we'll be good to go. God, that yellow is so bright. Jeez, it's even brighter. Oh god, I can't read. Hold on, I'll do a darker tone. There we go, a little bit darker. But here we go. We're jumping into our fresh best of 3, and welcome one and all. And I should say welcome back, Akeron. Este Akeron. It has been months since we've casted Akeron. For those that remember, Akeron, he retired last year. I think it was last year December was the last time he really competed in a tournament, and he made his return during the HSL, the Hispanic StarCraft League. That was back in April. Around April-ish of the year, so it's been quite some time. The HSL, of course, was the Hispanic StarCraft League. That is where we had players from Spain and Latino America facing off, and Akeron was invited. And when he was invited, he was actually playing Protoss. He was actually playing Protoss in the group stage of the HSL. He spoke about his retirement. He spoke about how he stepped away from the game, how he was playing a little bit more for fun nowadays and focusing on his studies, focusing on the next stage of his life, next stage of his career. But despite that, a couple of months later, he's back. He's here. He's back once again, and we'll see what kind of shape he's in. I mean, again, I'm a big fan of Akeron, but I'm also aware that he is out of shape. He's out of practice, and don't really know what to expect from him. Like, if Akeron was in form, I would say he was favored. 100%. Akeron, he'd be favored against Triple, but now, in a time when Akeron is no longer actively laddering as consistently as he used to, how does he compare to Triple? This time, it's going to be harder to say. It's going to be hard to say, but here we go. For the time being, we are going for our initial openers here. We have our starport on the way, 1-1-1 follow-up. No crazy extra Raxes, no crazy 2-1-1 or anything of the sort. Akeron does dip in. Want to show that I'm still alive? Yes, I haven't seen you in a while, Captain Fish, in our tournaments. It's been a while. I know you've been busy, of course, busy with some IRL commitments, but good to see you nonetheless. Ooh, as the Reaper does go down, does get a full scout, does get eyes on the Twilight Council. It is going to be a standard opener here out of Triple, going for a Twilight Council into Blink, into his own gateway setup. Meanwhile, I get on back at home. Likewise, no tech labs yet. Interesting. Going for the initial Widowmine drop. So Widowmine drop followed by delayed tech labs. There we go. Tech labs now going to be on the way. With this, we can start working towards tank production, or even go for an add-on swap into earlier stim, or even into Banshee play. Now the Widowmines are set. Hallucination comes in. Triple attempts a scout, and the scout is going to be denied. The scout is denied. The drop is coming. I mean, there's nothing really to hide for the time being. We do have early tank production, though. Hello. you have my attention. Very early tank production here from Makedon. Mind Drop is moving out across the map. We'll keep an eye on the next add-on here as we have a tech lab on the starport. We'll see if we intend to swap here for stim or if we intend to keep it on the starport. Oh, the plan is to keep it. Okay. Hope that I can play next time. No guarantee. Oh no. As a heads up, before there is next time, make sure you have your ladder games as well. It's a PSA for our amateur tournaments for Diamond and Masters players is if you do plan on competing, make sure that you're able to ladder, of course, beforehand. But I look forward to it. As the Mind Drop does come in. for sure. Mind Drop comes in, so are getting one probe, denying a lot of mining time. Second Widow Mine is going to be preserved as we do pick up. We actually save the mines. Not bad here from Makedon. Does pick up, does pull away. Does pull away. Likers behind the stim has begun. Getting to stim production. It was a Raven, not a Banshee. So it did open Raven. And Wither's just going for the add-on swap, so no Banshee play whatsoever, but we're building up a really fast, really early tank count. We have a third tank in production, and we'll see if we go up to a fourth. It's a lot of tanks. Likewise, I believe 3 gate? No, 4. Oh, 4 gate Blink Stalker. My apologies, I did miss that 4th gateway. So 4 gate Blink, a hyper aggression here out of our Protoss player. Triple is going into the main base, and we'll see if Makedon can defend. He is heavily fortified here at the natural, but what about the main? What about the main bases? Here come the Stalkers. Here comes the 4 gates. Yeah, Blinks into the main base. Tank getting caught on siege. Oh no! Nice fortune on the ramp. Makedon is getting caught out. He's getting caught out here. He's out of position. Tank does survive. Does pull back, but the production is under fire. From here, he can get behind the mineral line. Where are we headed? Where are we going? Oh, the Raven. Raven goes down. Raven goes down. That's a kill on the starport as well. And Makedon, he is struggling. He's trying to hold on. Tanks are slowly pushing forward. Boys are being pulled. We have the warp in. The warp in is going to be denied. Last time for the prism, but there are still so many Stalkers. And he's killing all the workers. Here we have 22 SCV kills. 22 workers going down. Behind this, the mine shots have been popping off. True. Widow mines have been popping off. Probes have been going down. How about the Stalkers? They can hold their own against the bio. And soon they could even just die from the tanks. There's the recall. Does recall back home. In the end, 12 probes went down to the Widow mines. But last that was 23 SCVs and a kill in the starport. So no medevacs. We had to rebuild the starport here on the low ground. So zero medevacs currently here for Makedon. And he's stuck at home. He's stuck at home at least until the upgrades finish. He's waiting for +1, waiting for combat shields, waiting for medevacs. And then the choice might be to just go for an all-in, to pull the boys. At this point, after losing 22 SCVs, he's just taken too much damage to recover economically. To get a third base and try to macro out of this, it's just too much damage. Especially with Triple already having a third base. I mean, Makedon, he has a very high tank count, true. He's got 5 tanks. That's a lot of tanks. If he can siege up within range of a base, like, he can force a fight, he can trade well. Likewise, it's going to be on Triple here to get an eye on the move-outs. If there is going to be an all-in, he has to be there to slow it down or to counterattack and to cripple the all-in even further. I'm a little bit concerned with how, oh god, a bit of a miss rally. Hopefully he notices in time. There we go. It does notice, does pull away. But I'm concerned with how passive or how far back the Stalkers are being kept. They're being kept defensively back at home, when really they should be out here. They should be out here. If there ever is a move out, they can get a couple shots off, they can blink back and just rinse and repeat. For the time being, keeping everything at home. Here comes Makedon. Going for his double drop. Did lose those Stalkers. If you recall, they were recalled. These are the same Stalkers. He left 2 behind, so 2 Stalkers were left behind. But the rest were recalled. So Makedon's moving in. Hallucination does spot the move out. Triple, he knows. And again, he should be a little bit more proactive here. He should be being more proactive. which means that Gerald, he might be able to sneak up in this army, and he might be able to siege up within range. Uh-oh. Again, as a Protoss player, you want to be engaging ahead of time and catching the army on siege or forcing early sieges as well. Army gets spotted. Triple coming in from behind. At least trying to. Tanks are sieged up. Magic going up. See Gerald gaining ground. Sieging up those tanks. He does siege up. Two of them getting caught out though. And nice catch on two of them. Two tanks go down, and then has to get three more, and he will. Yeah, he will. He'll just collapse on the army. The tanks are exposed. There's one tank remaining. Oh, nice stim. Nice stim with the bio. Takes down two of those immortals. No, oh, the shield battery's a little bit too far back on the right-hand side. And Triple, can he hold on at the same time? He is harassing across the map. Drops off those zealots. Racing back home with the war prism. The base is getting low. Looks like Liberators should be getting picked up. Where are the Zealots though? Yeah, no Zealots. Akedon, he breaks on through. The boys are now being fooled, but it's too late. It's too late. The Stalkers have already gone down. And Akedon, he's done it. He has done it. This base, it doesn't really come into play. The harassing damage across the map does not matter. And again, Triple, he was just so passive with his army. He was so passive when it came to approaching this, so cavalier with his approach to the fight. And Triple gets shut down. He gets shut down. Zealots is still getting damage done, but honestly, Akedon, he can just keep going. He can just push into the natural, to be honest. We can send it, Pappy. We can send it. Keep going. He's settling for the fourth, which is secure damage. There's his skin. Ties on the main army. Akedon loading up, going for a Doom Drop even instead. I mean, hey, this army is very immobile. Barely any stalkers. Drops into the main, going for the production. And he does siege. He does siege up. His tanks, his liberators. Mine just going up. Ooh, had some connections on the zealots. Nice target firing on the Archon as well. And from here, he can just stand and fight. Yeah, he can just stand and fight. He stims on forward. Down to two stalkers. Two stalkers left. And they're just gonna be chased down. They're just gonna be chased down from here. Again, as I mentioned, it was so crucial for Triple to engage earlier here, not just to pick up the army, but just to delay the push. Delay the push, buy time for extra warp ins. I just have time to get more shield batteries, get extra zealots, anything and everything. And with that, Akedon, he has done it. Again, Liberator going ham at the natural. Gateways are falling in the main. We have three zealots. Let's go. We got three zealots and a dream. Let's go, Babylon. As the A moves in, he will lose the final zealots, and that's the army. I mean, we see another warp in here of one Archon. Again, should not complete. We got the energy overcharge on the shield battery. GG gets called, and Akedon, he will take game number 1. GG. Ooh, again, a solid start here for Akedon. When it came to game 1, though, I say solid start in the series, but Triple, he had the stronger start. He was able to cripple Akedon. He was able to shut him down. Triple was even feeling confident enough to get a 4th base. But as we were mentioning, Akedon, he went for a 2-base all-in. He was forced into a 2-base all-in. He did commit, and of course, across the map. But alas, Triple, he was, I would say, a little bit too comfortable, a little bit overconfident maybe in his in the aftermath of that. As we saw, Triple, he was just staying back at home, was getting a 4th base, only 1 shield battery at his 3rd as well, and he would, despite seeing the move out as well, didn't do anything about it. Didn't do anything about it. He stayed back at home. He was a little more passive, and in that passivity, Akedon took advantage. GG. GG, well played. With that, Akedon takes the lead in the series, and now we're getting into game number 2, and we'll see if Akedon can close it out here and now, or if Triple can bounce back. Based on how game 1 played out, I believe we can force the ace match. We can go all the way to game 3. We can have that back and forth, but the pressure is on. The pressure is now on Triple. Let's go, as game 2 is going to be on ley lines. Here we go. we go. Spawning in the bottom hand corner of ley lines, we have the green Terran player. We have the Spanish Terran leading the series 1-0. It is Gerald. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the yellow Protoss player. The yellow Protoss himself down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is a triple. Go. Go as we're settling into that second game. And again, triple, he worked wonders when it came to his 4-gate blink. Gerald, he was woefully underprepared. Remember, he had 2 tanks on the low ground. He had 2 tanks, he had his army, he had his bunker as well. He was way too fixated on his defense at the natural, which is why the main base was so exposed, and that's why the 4-gate blink got so much damage. He was able to kill the starport, get 22 SCV kills, and even trade against the bio army as well. Trade efficiently. So we'll see if Gerald can tighten up his defense. We'll see if he can get a scout of what's going on as well to get confirmation as to how many gateways there are. And likewise, we'll see if Triple can also tighten up his mid game. We'll see if he can tighten up his mid game. I'm sure he was able to do a lot of damage, but at the end of the day, he didn't quite capitalize on that. Or I say capitalize on that. He didn't really make anything with that in the aftermath. He didn't really respect the potential of a 2-base all-in. Yeah, you gotta respect it, man. Aye. You can be up 2 bases, you can be up in economy, you can be up in army, but it may not matter in the end. Not if you're not able to slow down the Terran army. Now, we're calming down. We have our economic opener here by Gerald going for the Rax expand. CC on the high ground, so a bit of a safer start here from our Terran. A little bit safer. Oh, siema, papi, siema. Good to see you. Dzień dobry, dzień dobry. I'm sure we'll be able to cover some of the Polish players a little bit later on. I say that I believe Geralt is in the brackets. We'll be going over the bracket after this. We'll get there. Now Geralt poking in, pulls away. We will soon have our tech of choice. Well, we're getting there. Oh, hello. That's a little bit different. So that is a Robo, not a Stargate or a Twilight Council. A little bit old school Robo opener here out of our Protoss player. Now, this could be a couple different things. A Robo opener is typically very safe. As it allows you to get early immortal production against something like a 2-base all-in, so you can build up your immortal count early on. It also allows you to get into fast Colossus, as you can go for a fast Robo into a Bay into fast Colossus production. This used to be a lot more meta back in 2021, 2022 era of StarCraft, back when it was a lot more common to have these more intense bio pushes, 3-rack stim timing specifically. We would often see Robo openers to counter that. But again, that was quite a number of years ago. Likewise, we can also use this as a bit of a stepping stone to go for a Prism, to go for a Depth Harass, but now there it is, we're going straight Colossus. Now, I'm assuming Colossus, technically we could go into like a Disruptor drop, which would be crazy, so that, again, should be Colossus here from our Protoss. Again, a build that we rarely see. When I say rarely, we almost never see nowadays from our pro players. The downside, of course, of going for this kind of opener is that you're lacking map control. Something like a Twilight Council opener allows you to get Blink Stalkers, and hey, with your Blink Stalkers, you're able to poke in, able to rotate back and forth, threaten the 2 bases, and shut down drop play. Something similar with a Phoenix opener. Stargate to Phoenix, my shot goes off, but Stargate to Phoenix also allows you to gain map control and shut down drops, and to hunt them down to shut down Banshee play as well. Here, going for a Robo opener, you don't really have any of that map control. You don't really have a flexible army. That's the downside. That's why we say that this kind of way of opening and playing is very safe, because you're foregoing map control entirely. You're foregoing the map, you're staying back home and turtling up. Against this kind of style, as a Terran player, you can be very greedy and just get a faster 3rd CC. Ooh, Gerald, he is blindly getting ready for 4-gate blink. He has not seen the... he saw the tech though. He saw the Robo, but maybe he didn't click on it. So again, you can see at Gerald, he's a little bit traumatized after game 1. He's got a bunker on low ground, bunker on the high ground, tank on the low ground, tank on the high ground. He is set up for blink defense, but there is no blink, right? There are no blink stalkers. So he saw the robot earlier. Looks like he didn't click on it. Maybe he just assumed it was going to be a Twilight Council. So getting ready for something that isn't coming his way. And as you mentioned, he could have tried to have been a little bit more greedy here as a response, or even tried to be more aggressive even as well, and to go for drop play. As we mentioned, right now this army isn't really ideal when it comes to defending against drop play and keeping up with that more mobile composition. So for the time being, it feels like Akedon's playing blind. There's a salvage. Now we get the 3rd CC. SCV Scout does confirm the 3rd base as well. And there we go, he does spot the Colossus. Unless he believes it's hallucination, then he should now be aware, it was a robo opener, not a Twilight Council. Now I understand what's going on. So Akedon now he has a little bit more of an idea of his opponent's opener and his opponent's build. Now, I would suggest not going for a frontal push. We spoke about how this is defensive. I mean, hey, there's already one, soon to be 2 Colossus, an Immortal, Force Fields, all these sentries. Going head-on with a Biotank army into this, it's not going to work well here. Which is why we mentioned earlier that typically you want to be expanding. You want to be expanding, you want to be getting a faster 3rd base, gaining a greater economy, and building up into the mid-game. Typically. I say typically because if Akedon had gone for like a Banshee opener, you can see how much a hard time this can have defending against that. I mean, Stalkers can be left in each mineral line, of course, but it can be quite awkward. Drops are moving in. We have a safety shield battery in the main base. We have a shield battery here at the natural, and the army is at the 3rd also with a shield battery. So again, triple basically just turtling up. Double jump into the main. Triple he's in position. Get a shout to the spotter pylon. And Akedon, yeah, he cannot fight this head on, as he'll bleed out a lot of his drop. Moving out with another double drop as well. And I'm concerned about Akedon losing too much supply. If he throws away too many Marines and Marauders, and if he throws away too much supply here, then Triple's gonna push. He's gonna A move, and boy is he gonna A move. Like, that there will not be much to stop it if Akedon loses too much. So we gotta be careful here, Pappy. We gotta be careful. Again, we're getting a 2nd robo now. We're going to be supplementing the army with now Immortals. We already have 3 Colossus. Behind this, we have a 2nd Starport on the way, going into double Starport and massive Viking production. This will help, but it will take a little bit for this to really come online. So getting into massive Viking. Ideally, you want to go into Ghost with EMPs, so EMPs can also help support against this sort of thing. Safe means less map control. Yes, in the sense that because this, I mean, as you've seen, Triple, he has not moved out at all this game. Like, he has been just being hyper defensive and just turtling up back at home. He has not applied any pressure to his opponent. And because he hasn't applied any pressure, this is why, like, because your opponent's being so safe and so defensive, you can take advantage of that as the opposing player to mass expand, to get faster expansions, to get a greater economy, and as a result, build up a faster, larger army as well. That's something that you can do as a response to this. As Akedon's trying to be active himself. Active. So Triple now starting to move out. Triple, he's about to max, and once he maxes again, it's going to be a pretty terrifying force. Now, thankfully for Akedon, there's no disruptors. I'm a little bit surprised that he hasn't supplemented this army with a couple of disruptors as well, with some novas. So there's a little bit less complexity to this army, but it's a beefy army, Pappy. And here he comes. Meanwhile, across the map, we do see Akedon. He's actually further back at his natural. Is not quite in position. Yeah, Akedon's not in position. The army does get up the ramp. Akedon now he responds. That's a lot of Vikings. Vikings not moving in. What about the ground army, though? As the first Colossus goes down, Colossus are wasting DPS here on the buildings. Zealous charge in. Archon's going to be going down. Akedon trying to make a stand. Every Colossus falls, and now the Vikings, they land. They land, but there are still so many Immortals. And the Immortals, they go to town. They go to town. They annihilate the Vikings. And Triple E's done it. Triple E has done it. The Massive Immortal just waddling in. It's not about the Colossus, not anymore. It's about the Immortals. And again, unfortunately, Akedon, he overmade Vikings. The Vikings, hey, they did their job. They killed the Colossus, but Akedon does hold. Does survive. And does save his third CC, thankfully. Saves the third base. But behind this, we do have still the higher base count here for our Protoss player. Now, thankfully for Akedon, the gas count is a little bit lower here, so it's still only on 4 gases. So trying to restructure this army, trying to rebuild, it's going to take a little bit longer. We do see only 58 probes here for Triple, so his probe count is quite low. So his economy isn't where it should be, but despite that, he may still just have too much anyway. Oh, let's go! Oh, went into Mass Liberators. Okay, this works. Remember, there's no blink. Remember that. Oh, sorry, there is blink, but there's there are no major Stalker production here. So Liberators will defend, they will hold. Blink is done, but we're not making any Stalkers yet. We're reinforcing with more Zealots, and this is because there's no gas. We spoke about it, right? There's no gas. There's no gas here at the third base. Gas just now being taken to the fourth. So gas income is very limited. So we're stuck making Zealots, which means, hey, Liberation, we can pop off. We have the freedom back. We defend. So Akedon, he will defend, but my concern here are the expansions. As Triple, he's just taking more bases, taking more expansions. If he does get back into probe production, he should be able to enjoy a greater economy. Now he has the high yield gas geyser, that will help. It's still a very high immortal count, Jesus. As Akedon's trying to stabilize. Now Triple's pushing. He's got his prism, he can reinforce. We're still lacking a couple of Stalkers. I would like to see more here just because the Mass Liberator could be an issue. Thankfully, 2 of them are in the... there we go. Liberators do reposition. There are 6 Stalkers, and they're moving in. Archons, if they get close enough, that'll also help. Speaking of, there goes Dust Eye forward. We get some okay EMPs. Liberators are going to be going down. The boys are being pulled. Vikings, they shut down the Colossus, and we do break through the Immortals. The Liberators, they stand strong. Yeah, they do stand strong. A nice defense here by Akedon. He shuts down the army. And Triple, he lost too much this time. This time he lost too much. Previously, he preserved his Immortals. Not this time. That was how many? That was 8 Immortals going down. Ay, ay, ay. And again, Triple, he's broke. When I say he's broke, he doesn't have a bank. He has bases, but his probe count is very low. And again, didn't take extra gases either, so trying to rebuild that high-tech army, it's going to take a long time. Oh, we just pulled the boys. Let's go. Gerald, he just pulls the boys. The boys are being pulled. He's moving in. And Triple, he has nothing. He has nothing to defend. He's got 1 Colossus. He's got a couple of gateway units. There's still plenty of Vikings in the sky. We still got the boys to buffer. 3 Colossus, down to 2. Down to 2, soon to be down to 1, soon to be down to 0. Yeah, the Vikings, they just go to town. They catch all the Colossus. Vikings land. Now we get the Stalkers, but too little too late. And Akedon, he has done it. Again, not bad. Earlier, when it came to the first push, things looking over. Like, once again, I was favoring Triple in the first half. You know, he got us in the first half back. But what really hurt Triple here was his lack of economy, his lack of workers. He didn't have to push into a 3-basing Terran, not when he had 5. there was no need to push in. He got too excited, Pat. He got too excited. And now we're going for the kill. There's 1 base mining. The base gets found. Akedon, he stems in. And we're down to 1 Archon and 1 Zealot. Let's go. Triple, he has somewhat of a standing army. He's got 2 units. Believe, happy believe. Oh, 3 units. Okay, back down to 2. And GG. GG gets called. As I get on, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations here to Akedon, as it does claim the series. And again, a triple here. Unfortunately, even though I wouldn't say he had a much stronger initial engagement, much stronger initial fight. Referring to the moment where he broke the third. He broke the third base, didn't kill it, but did kill the SCVs, that did break the army. Behind it, he was not making workers though. He was at 56 probes. That is crazy, by the way, to be stuck with 56 workers. So again, he didn't have he was in a way kind of forcing himself all in. He didn't need to be all in such a manner. Likewise, there was no need to attack with that second wave either. Remember, he was getting up to 5 bases. There was no need for the Protoss player to push into a 3-basing Terran and try to force the issue, especially with a lack of anti-air. I'm referring to the moments when he fought into those 4 Liberators, and he did not kill the Liberators, by the way. They just went to town, and again, Triple just had to calm down, back off, build up, focus on his economy, focus on his macro, and would have just maintained and sustained his lead from there. But GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations here to Akedon, does claim the series. And with that, let's catch up on the bracket. Let's figure out where we are and where we are headed. Meanwhile, big shout out to Luis in the chat. Papi, Luis GG. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Papi. Gracias. Thank you so much. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. And bienvenidos. Quite fitting, actually, because we are casting a player from Spain. True. We are, as we can head on over here, and as we should head on over to the European server, because we have some updates. From the top, we have NightMare. NightMare is up against Percival in the next round. They're going to be facing off in a TVP in the quarterfinals. Scoring down, we have Nicorect. Nicorect is up against Shameless in a TVP as well. That's going to be a spicy one. That's going to be a close matchup. Wish them both the best of luck. We have Homeowner. Homeowner takes out Gunner, is up against Gerald in the next round. And now we have Jumy versus Akedon. Fun fact, every single matchup in the quarterfinals, Terran versus Protoss. They're all TVPs. Every single one of them. Let's go. So no Mirror matchups, purely Terran versus Protoss. We did have 1 Zerg, I think. Yeah, we had 1 Zerg player in the bracket. Shout out to Hatsu, by the way. Shout out to Hatsu for being the only Zerg player in the bracket. But alas, now purely Protoss and Terran. We're used to it. You know, it's not, it's not StarCraft if you're casting a Zerg player nowadays. It's not StarCraft. It's like, Smudge, baby, Smudge. But here we go. We're going to be following Akedon into the next round, and we're just going to be messaging some players and letting them know. Beautiful. There we go. As up next on the channel is going to be Akedon versus Jumy. Yo, shout to Sig for stepping in and giving some explanations in the chat. Do appreciate it. Este Sig. Hope you had some good matches. True. Sig went up against Shameless. Oh, in a PvP. Okay. Did compete in the PvP earlier. But for now, we have a little bit of downtime. The players are conducting vetoes, and soon we'll be jumping into Jumy versus Akedon. Double checking here, I don't think we have a rule set about holding on to matches, so we might just go straight from quarterfinals into semis into grand finals. If the upper semis is lined up, then we might be able to cover the upper semifinals as well. But outside of that, we're stepping in. As I believe the semifinals are going to be best of 5s. Best of 5 semis. We'll get there. Don't we? Hold on. Ay, ay, ay. As we're getting into our next game, and I just realized that we are not getting into a Terran versus Protoss matchup. I got ahead of myself. Now, Akedon, he has been playing a lot of Protoss as of late, but he is not playing Protoss. He is playing random. It's time to have some fun, which means we might actually get some Zerg gameplay tonight. True, might get some. But here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the Spanish Protoss player, a random player landing on Protoss, representing Clan Devoid. It is Akedon. Akedon. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the German Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Jumy. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our best of 3. Coming into this, Jumy is going to be the favorite player. And likewise, this is not the first time we've casted Akedon playing Protoss. Again, Akedon, he has been playing more and more Protoss as of late. I would say that Akedon's weakest matchup is Zerg, and his strongest being Terran, and between them is Protoss, around there. Despite that, despite him being relatively well practiced with Protoss, Jumy's still the heavy favorite, for sure. So I hope that Akedon's able to put on a show, hope he's able to hold his own, and we'll see if he can make Jumy bleed. Chat, is the community page outdated? It says the tournament is for less than 3k. It is for less than 3k Aligulac rating. So bear that in mind. Aligulac rating is not the same as MMR. Aligulac rate, so basically 3k and below, I believe is like top 16 players in the world and below, basically. So this basically excludes the very best players in the world. So Serral, Raynor, Clem, Cure, Hero, Classic. I believe those players are above 3k. Just below them is everyone else, essentially. I think last we checked, it was like top 15, top 16-ish is like 3k. So the 3k is for Aligulac rating, not MMR. Not MMR. But also a big shout out to Phaser213 in the chat. God, baby God. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing with Twitch Prime for 21 months. That's a lot of months, baby. That's a lot of months. Thank you. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. As always. As always. Here we go. Is this live? Oh, yes. The bot is working. Hope the chatbot has answered your questions. True. As we have our initial Stargate opener here out of Akedon. Does go for a 2-gate opener into Stargate into a delayed expansion. Meanwhile, Jumy going for the faster Nexus. So Jumy is going to have the more economic start. Akedon is going to have the more aggressive start instead. The goal here for Akedon is to get damage done with his Adepts, with his Oracles, with his army to make up for his late expansion. And didn't open the Adept, my apologies, it opened Stalker. Okay. We'll see what he can get done. Oracle Stalker moving out. Jumy back at home, he's got a shield battery, he does have his force field as well. Jumy, he is secure. Greetings and salutations. I este dropped. ¿Qué tal? ¿Qué tal? Oh. Not poking in. Does poke in at last, thanks to the shield battery. Again, Jumy should be able to hold his own for the time being. The Oracle's on the way towards the main base. Jumy, he does have a shield battery there as well. He's scattered. Jumy, he knows. Yeah, Jumy, he's already aware of the Oracle. He's already in position. He's already ready. Akedon still reinforcing with more Stalkers. He's actually going for the army. Does go for the dive, going for the stasis. The stasis will connect. Oh my god, it does connect, but the Oracle goes down. Was that worth it? Does stasis 2 probes, but only 2 workers. Unless ideally you want the Oracle to get more damage, that was not worth it. Again, I'm trying to force his way in. Is going to be denied, and Akedon's falling behind. You can see already the worker disparity, 32 probes to 41. And again, a big reason for this is the faster Nexus that Jumy went for. Remember, he went for a faster Nexus because that Akedon, he had to get damage done, and he didn't. He stasis 2 probes. That's the extent of the damage that was dealt. It's not good enough. Went behind a Dark Shrine. Let's go. So we're going for a Twilight Counter follow-up into a Dark Shrine. We have a proxy pylon across the map. Now this has potential. Checking out Jumy's bases, do we have any detection? No. There's no Robo, no Stargate, no Forge either. Robo is going to be thrown down before third base, thankfully. It is not uncommon for a Protoss player to get their third base first and then the Robo, but Jumy plays it safe, Robo before third. Jumy does play it safe. It's still going to be close though. Like again, the Dark Shrine is almost done. The pylon is complete. We have gateways as well. DTs will hit the field soon. And I believe they will hit before the Z Observer. We'll see how this lines up. Potentially Jumy could spot this and could force field, could body block. There's ways to mitigate damage. Robo's almost done. Here come the Dark Templar. And Jumy, does he notice? Still not. He does not notice. DTs are waddling in. Observer's on the way. Ooh, when he shows his hand. Yeah, he does show his hand. Nice body, very nice body blocking. We spoke about this. Yeah, Jumy's on hold position. DTs, they cannot enter the natural. That's still going to be 5 probe kills. It's still something. But ideally did one more. Ghetto, he does skirt around the edge. Oh. He gets spotted. Yeah, he's spotted. He's going to be shut down. Losing one, losing just the one for now. Just one Dark Templar. The other does escape. As Akeron, he still has no third base either, so he's 2-base all in at this point. Akeron, how many gateways does he have? He does have 5, soon to be 6 gates, but 2 of them are depowered. Oof. So down to 4 gateways. That's not enough production. So a really rough follow-up here from Akeron. Ay. Now he expands. It's such a late third. The third base of Jumy is already saturated. It's already saturated. Ay. Get on, he can move in. Jumy, he will chase us down. Yo, chases down, chases back. Yeah, someone's asking if it's live. If you look earlier in the chat, Stream Elements is our chatbot. Did give you an automated response that yes, the tournament is live. For those that didn't see the chatbot, the tournament is live unless stated otherwise in the title. Sometimes we do have replay casts. If so, then it's usually in the title. Otherwise, assume it is live. Here we go. Again, Jumy's moving out across the map. He has a greater economy, has a larger army as well. Ensuring he has a greater concave, he gets up the ramp, and it's going to be a tough hold here for Arkedon. Ay. It was a shaky start to the game. The Oracle didn't do any damage. The DT's not enough either. And it just snowballs out of control into this moment. Where Jumy just reinforcing behind this. More Zelds coming in. They're stuck behind the army, which is less than ideal, but he's collapsing it anyway. It's fine. GG gets called, and Jumy, he does take game number 1, takes the lead in the series. GG. Again, just a strong start out of Jumy. Akeron, he put himself in a position where he had to get damage done. We spoke about it, the Stargate opener into the Oracle. He stasis 2 probes. He stasis 2 workers. That's all he got with the first Oracle. I believe he did not make a second Oracle, so he didn't really double down when it comes to Oracle aggression. And likewise, the DTs had a lot of catching up to do. They had a lot of work ahead of them. Was able to get a couple of probe kills, but only 5. Only 5 workers for 2 DTs. GG. GG well played. With that, we're getting into game number 2. As a reminder, Akeron, he's not playing Terran, he's not playing Protoss, he is playing random. Bear that in mind. So he is random it up, and we'll see if that continues to be the case coming into game number 2. Let's go. Jumping into game 2. Akeron, he is committing to random. He is committing. As I mentioned before, Akeron, his weakest race is Zerg. So there's a chance he might land on Zerg, which would be fun just to see what he does with his Zerg. But he'll have a stronger chance with his Protoss and the strongest chance with his Terran if he can land on it, though. We'll see if he does. We'll see if he can. Oh boy. Akeron. Are they competing for a prize? Yes, all tournaments. I mean, it wouldn't be a tournament without a delineation between like first, second place, and all that. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. You might find a lot of the information you're looking for on the Wikipedia page or on the challenge bracket, as there's a breakdown in regards to all the prize money, in regards to how much is earned. Is the case with all tournaments. So again, you can use a tool like Wikipedia to look up events, to find them, to see that kind of breakdown. See the players competing, all that good stuff. As it looks like we already have some semi-finalists. Okay, nice. I mean, we have some downtime as Jumy did ask for a small moment for a break, so all good. But coming into the semifinals here, NightMare takes on Percival 2-0. That's a big win for NightMare. Bearing in mind, we only just saw Percival recently take down Classic. Like, Percival, he's been having some really strong showings in TVP, which is what we expected is his strongest matchup. But here he does fall to NightMare. NightMare, of course, he only recently returned less than a week ago, to StarCraft. We announced that during the podcast, of course, but yes, NightMare, he has returned from retirement. He is back, and he is competing once again. And we might be able to see him later on in the tournament. Another update is Gerald. Gerald takes down Homeowner 2-0. Gerald, he's waiting for the winner of the series. Oh boy, so he's waiting in the semifinals. So we're going to be following this match into the lower semis. Whether we can also cover the upper semis, yet to be determined. Bearing in mind as well, the semifinals are best of fives. Those are where the best of fives do begin. Oh boy. So there are going to be more intense series, longer matches. We'll get there. We'll get there. Otherwise, hope you're all having a good time. Hope you're all enjoying yourselves. Again, it's going to be a long day of StarCraft. Bearing in mind that right after this event, there is going to be the Thermal 2v2 circuit. True. The circuit is right around the corner. It's going to be this evening. What else do we have? We also have the we have SC Evo Championship Day 1 starts today as well. True. Also starts today. And we have King of the Hill, and we have CSG. We have like 5 events happening at once. Oh my god. Jesus. It's a lot of StarCraft. I'm sure all these players are going to do their best to play in every single one of them, for sure. They'll do what they can. Always, Pappy, always. As we're getting into our... Oh, let's go! We're getting into game number 2. And it has happened. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have our Spanish, typically Terran player, but here he is rolling random and landing on Zerg. Oh boy. Let's go. Canceling the egg as well. Representing Clan Devoid, it is Akeron. And spawning in the top left-hand corner. He's going for a 13-12, by the way. In the top left-hand corner... Oh, sorry, my apologies. I believe 12-11. Yeah, going for a 12-11. In the top left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player, the German Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Jumy. Here we go. Get on. He is going to be settling in. And again, did go gas first. Gas into pool, into insanely fast Ling speed, into a Ling flood. Now, these sorts of builds don't really work too... Wait, hold on. It's okay. A couple things are happening here. first things first, Jumy doesn't know. Jumy, he's probe scouting. He doesn't know if his opponent is Zerg, Protoss, or Terran, so he's going for an early probe scout. Jumy, he sets up a wall on the high ground because he doesn't know what's going on, and now he will confirm that there is no expansion, that there is a fast spawning pool, and that it's already researching. He confirms fast gas as well. We can see that Akedon does pull out of gas, so there's no Roach Rush, there's no Bane Bust either. It's purely a Link Flood. So pure Link Flood here out of Akedon, and Jumy can just still chill on one base. Like, again, he's got his SimCity set up in such a way. I mean, ideally he chills on 2 bases because you can just fully wall off this area here and expand behind it eventually and just have your defense. But because he didn't know what he was up against, the pylon was on the high ground. Oh, pulls back into gas. Okay, pulls back into gas, takes the second gas geyser, and is going into roaches. So it's going to be a Link Flood with roaches behind this. Jumy can be contained on 1 base. He's going to be contained. Nice. Very nice control here by Akedon as he does pull away those weakened Zerglings, but ooh, 1 Zergling does go down. And the boys are here. Yeah, the boys are here. They will deter. Adept has arrived as well. And remember, there are layers to this all in. First is the Link Flood, then it's the Roaches. I say Roaches, Ravagers. We're going to be moving in Ravagers. We're going to be getting across the map to try to pile down this wall. Let's go. As Jumy, he'll soon be able to move out once he builds up his adepts. He'll start to move down to the low ground. Move down the ramp behind this Stargate follow-up. From here, he can go into Oracles, into Void Rays. I mean, either or will help. And he's just looking to expand. Looking to slowly expand. Shield batteries on the way. Lings, they can't really threaten much, to be honest. Tries to poke in. And here come the Ravagers. Remember, the longer this game goes on, the better it is for Jumy. And now that he has an Oracle, I'll be honest, I don't really see Jumy being broken. I don't see it happening here. As he can just go straight for the Ravagers. Oof, GG gets called. Ravagers targeted down, and Jumy, he will claim the series 2-0, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Congratulations here to Jumy as he will claim the series. Unfortunately, we did not get to see Akedon's Terran in this matchup. It is his strongest race. His strongest matchup would be with his Terran, but alas, we weren't quite able to see it. Not here, at least. GG. At least not in this series. But GG, well played. Congratulations. Jumy, he will advance on. Shout out to Akedon for returning, by the way. Akedon, he retired almost a year ago. And he's been popping up a little bit here and there. He's been a little bit sporadic with his appearances. It's been great to see him once again. I don't think he really intends to return to competitive play, but it's really cool to see him every now and then. Showing that, you know, he's still enjoying StarCraft in some capacity and willing to partake at least a little bit every now and then. Much love here to Akedon, as that leads us into the semi-finals. Let's go. And it is going to be a Streamer Zone team kill here, as we have a PvP between Gerald and Jumy. This is going to be a harder one to call, bearing in mind as well that it is going to be a best of 5, not a best of 3. So it's going to be a much more intense series here, and this is going to be a little bit, it's going to be harder to call. I would say that both Gerald and Jumy are much closer in skill, and this could go either way. Oh boy. Could go either way, so best of luck to both players. Of luck. For now, though, we're going to be going on a short break. Before I do go on said break, once again, is the tracker man not working? There we go. Exclamation mark Matcherino in the chat. If you guys want to support this tournament, you can do so via Matcherino. You can help boost the prize pool yourself, or you can claim a coupon code. There are coupon codes there where you can help to boost the prize pool even just a little bit. There are codes still available, so you can help use them up and help support the tournaments. So again, all done via Matcherino, as most tournaments are nowadays. For the time being, though, we're going to be going on a break, and when we come back, we'll have our vetoes done, and we'll have Gerald and Jumy. See you soon. After the break. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. As we had a very short break, vetoes are already done, and now we are jumping into our semifinals. Here we go. We have our best of 5, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Pylon, we have the German Protoss player. We have the green Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Jumy. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player, the Polish Protoss, also representing Streamer Zone. It is Gerald. We go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. I think he's asking about Strange. I think. Yeah, Strange. Yeah, Strange is pretty strange. He's pretty strange. He's crazy. I mean, he's crazy. Strange, for those who don't know, is a Russian Protoss player. Oh no, Gerald! Oh no! I mean, if you haven't predicted yet, this might be. Oh no! Apparently, Gerald he's been on holidays for 3 weeks. Then he was sick. Oh no, Este Gerald. So he has not been playing much StarCraft. But fun fact. The reason why Jumy is joking, saying nice race, is because Gerald, apparently he hasn't been playing for 3 weeks. He's been sick, he's been on vacation, and Gerald beat Bjorn yesterday. Gerald, he did knock Bjorn the hell out of the Awardee TV Monday tournament. So yeah, that's how you beat Bjorn. Just don't play for 3 weeks and get sick. That's how you do it, baby. That's how you do it. Aye. Sorry, it wasn't in Awardee TV Monday, my apologies. It was in Little League Cup, that's it. So in last night's tournament, in last night's Little League Cup Weekly, Little League Weekly, is when Gerald beat Bjorn. Este Gerald. Gerald's like, Bjorn who? He's like, man, I'm just knocking down Terrans, mate. I'm good. I'm just playing like it's a ladder game. Okay. Este Gerald. For now, we have our 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener here by Jumy. Likewise, 2-gate opener by Gerald as well. So we are opening up 2 gates. With this, we have our initial units here. We have Stalker Sentry out of Gerald, likewise Stalker Sentry out of Jumy. We do have the Adept follow-up out of Jumy, though, bear that in mind. So he does make 2 more Adepts to harass across the map. Gerald instead going for a faster Nexus. So slightly better economy here by Gerald. Jumy going for a little bit more aggression instead. Going for a slightly more delayed Nexus. You know what Gerald he's taking? He is taking up. He's still yet to make a 3rd and 4th unit, by the way, so still just Stalker Sentry. Oh, hello. As Gerald, he throws down the Twilight Council back at home, and he's setting up a proxy here towards the bottom left-hand corner of the map. Are we going to be going for a Dark Shrine? That is on the table. That is on the table here for Gerald. And it is early enough where if Jumy cuts some corners, it is not uncommon to delay your robo. Not uncommon. Jumy, he scouts, he sees his Twilight Council, sees it researching. Ooh, that is not going to be a Dark Shrine, by the way. Meanwhile, Adepts, they do get into the main base. The boys are being pulled. Probes are going to be going down. This is pretty good damage so far. Getting 5 probe kills. Very nice damage here by Jumy. But this is a very cheeky build that even Hero praised Gerald a couple of months ago. Gerald is going for a delayed proxy Stargate. Again, it is a Stargate after the Twilight Council, after the tech. So again, it's at a really awkward timing. Because it's at a really awkward timing, it's really hard to read, really hard to be ready for it, and it can catch your opponent with their pants down. Oh, Jumy scouting. Wow, Jumy is scouting. He scouts, he sees that he does find the proxy. It's meant to catch your opponent off guard, but Jumy, he will scout, he will confirm, and he will get ready. He will get ready. Meanwhile, Jumy going for his own proxy gateway to reinforce across the map. Adepts are going to be warping or shading in. Jumy's in position, he walls off. Jumy does wall. Army's ready at the natural. Ooh, denies the... Oh god, the Oracle gets denied. Forced to be cancelled. Now we go for the reactive Dark Shrine. Oh god. Going for a very delayed Dark Shrine here, which might be able to catch Jumy with his pants down, but the game has progressed long enough that we're expecting a Robo anytime soon at this point. I would hope so, at least. Jumy does depower. We'll see if he expands first or he throws down his production first. And what's it going to be? As Gerald does expand, getting a third. Jumy throwing down another gateway here. So how many gates do we have in total? 3, so it'll be 4. So 4 gate aggression. And Jumy just realized, okay, he does have Blink. There's the Robo. So Robo before third, but he's committing here with 4 gateways. Yeah, he's moving out, and Jumy has a massive army. Look at the supplies here. Look at the disparity. 11 to 6. We have almost double the Stalker count. Oh boy, almost double. Oh, bit of miscontrol there. 1 Stalker goes down. Goes to the dive. The Shiba putting in a lot of work. Gerald, he holds. Nice defense. Gerald, he's holding on. At the same time, 5 more probes go down. The longer this game goes on, the better it's going to be for Gerald. As Gerald, he will chase down. He will chase. He will punish. Again, that shield battery was the MVP. It tanked so much. And Jumy's in trouble. He is in trouble. Dark Templar just warped in. Waddling across the map. Jumy going for a much later third. You can see the third base is already up and running here for Gerald. Jumy is still halfway done. As the Dark Templar does waddle in, spotted by the Observer. Yeah, it's spotted. Making its way in. At the same time, we do see Gerald bypass the main army. Jumy out of position. 4 probes. Gets 4 workers. Gerald, he pulls away. He pulls back. Going in with another Dark Templar. Oof. Getting more probe kills. 7 in total. Rotates around. Hits the third. At the third base. And Gerald still maintains his lead here. Again, faster third, better economy. Building up, getting to charge, +1. Now, there are ways to recover from this position, of course. Jumy, he's going to charge. He's staying on a low gas count, so is Gerald. But there are ways to counterattack to bypass the army, to get a Warp Prism into a mineral line, to deal some harassing damage. And that's what Jumy needs to do. He needs to somehow get into one of these bases. Has Gerald still not scouted this gateway? I still not scouted the gateway. Well, let's go. Jumy's moving in. Does have the Sly Stalker lead. No shield batteries. But Zelset waddling in. Here come the slow lots. Sentries, they lock down some of the stalkers, not bad. As more Zealots are trying to come in from behind. Goes to the dive, takes out the Prism. Prism goes down, but there's still another proxy gateway here. And Jumy can just keep going. And again, he needs to. He's got to keep this going. As again, Jumy's running out of steam. He's running out of army. We do see the Zealots are putting in a lot of work though. Again, these Zealots can be so efficient here against just pure Stalker. Cody falls back to the shield battery, reinforces with his own Zealots. Even getting an Archon. Let's go, true. Has a tech for it. Getting the Archon. The Archon is going to be ideal. Gerald claiming a 4th expansion. Jumy still on 3 again. Jumy, he's just 1 step behind in terms of economy. Jumy rotates. And Gerald's out of position. And Gerald's out of position. He's getting caught out, bleeding out Stalkers. Has to respect those Zealots. So some messy fights here from Gerald. Getting a little bit messy. Jumy snipes a Prism. That means there's no juggling. Reinforcement's going to be delayed. Jumy fighting on his terms. And Jumy, does he have enough? That one Archon putting in so much work in the back line. And GG. GG gets called. Gerald, he takes the fight. And Gerald will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played again. Gerald, he was just 1 step ahead almost the entire game, referring to his 3rd base, his 4th base, his economy. That was the most important part, of course. He was up 10 workers almost the entire game. He didn't quite get a little damage done with the first Oracle, of course, but the DTs made up for it. His Stalker movement as well. GG. GG, well played. With that, Gerald takes the lead, and we'll see if Jumy can recover and bounce back as we get into game number 2. Here we go. But we are getting into game 2. And bearing in mind, it is a best of 5. So we got plenty more games ahead of us. Plenty more games to come. Telling you, just go on a 3-week vacation, Pappy. That's get your mind at ease. It's the secret. Also, shout out to Hatsu. Hatsu also going to be casting as well. I believe was covering Nick Rect versus Shameless before this. As we have the upper semifinals ready as well. They are ready. But here we go. We're getting into our second game of the series. And this morning in the top right-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the German Protoss player. We have the green Protoss representing Streamer Zone down in the series. We'll see if we can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is Jumy. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as a opponent, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone, as well as this is a team kill. It is Gerald. Go. As we load into one of the larger maps in the map, one of the more defensive maps as well. Despite that, as a Protoss player, you do have the capacity to proxy and to commit to some kind of cheese and aggression early on. It is still available to you. Otherwise, we could be seeing some more economic openers instead. We'll keep an eye on both Jumy and Gerald. As our gases are being taken. Gerald is typically a player that does thrive in the mid game. Not saying that he is an aggressive player. Of course, if you recall, last game he did go for the proxy delayed Stargate and did go for Dark Templar as well. But again, all in that mid game. And likewise, we do expect something similar out of Jumy as well. As we have a 2-gate opener. So 2-gate opener out of Jumy, 2-gate opener out of Gerald. We'll see who does go for the faster expansion. And we'll see how we open up. Now, bearing in mind, when it comes to these 2-gate openers, we can open up double Adept, double Stalker, Stalker Sentry, Sentry Expand. There are different variations you can go for. Just waiting for the Cyber Core. And we'll see how aggressive we plan on being. Okay, we have confirmation. We have Stalker Sentry out of Jumy and double Stalker out of Gerald. So we have Jumy going for a much more standard opener. This Sentry does help so much when it comes to scouting, when it comes to that hallucination. Meanwhile, Gerald with double Stalker. Behind this, you can go for a 3rd and 4th Stalker, move out across the map, and apply a lot of pressure. So more aggressive here out of Gerald, assuming he moves out. As Gerald, he does Pylon Block, likewise so does Jumy. Stargate is on the way. Here comes the Nexus. From here, he pokes in. We do see Jumy setting up a proxy across the map. Gerald here instead does expand and does open Stargate. Okay, going for the Void Ray, convinced that it's going to be an all-in, but no, Jumy's expanding as well. So a bit of a fake out here by Jumy, setting up the proxy. Gerald here overreacts. This Void Ray does not scale well into a longer game. Just meant to defend. As Jumy is still committing, actually. Never mind. Still making use of this, poking in. The Void Ray will help. But again, Jumy's expanding. So Jumy goes to Hallucination. Gerald thankfully is not making a second Void Ray, he's going for the Oracle instead. And Gerald holds. He holds, he defends. Likewise, Jumy is catching up economically, getting into Blink. It was really interesting to see Gerald go for a Twilight Council, but alas, no upgrade. Did delay it's going for a Stargate follow-up. Had to show his hand. So a bit of an awkward game state. Gerald has potential to get some economic damage, of course. And we'll see if he does. Gets a probe. Shield batteries are ready. Adepts are getting called out. Jumy's defending. He defends, he holds. Likewise, Void Ray does threaten to dive into the main. But Jumy shutting this down. Ooh, Gerald taking a lot of extra hits. Taking extra damage. But does find an opening. Gets 3. Gets 3 probes and I believe will get away. Just barely. Does pull out. Behind this, we have how many gates? We have 3 gateways back at home, and the pylon was dealt with. That's still a decent amount of gateways. Jumy going for the counterattack. Oh, wow, Gerald expands. Yeah, Gerald's army isn't quite there. We'll see if he can hold on. We'll see if he can bait the army in. Oh, nice bait. Nice bait by Jumy. Takes down the pylon, cancels the shield battery. He will cancel the 3rd. Very nice. Jumy forcing the cancel. You see once again, Gerald trying to bait him in. Jumy, he spots it. Yeah, he spots it. Does spot it. Does trigger. And behind this, Jumy claiming his own expansion. His own third is getting up. And right now it's all about containing. He doesn't have to push in, just contain. Just contain Gerald for as long as possible. Oh! Doesn't quite get the Stalker. Gerald attempting to re-expand, but he should be cancelled once again. Up. As we're still missing one more volley. Jumy going for the fight. He will bleed out some of these Stalkers. Stalkers are going to be going down, and Gerald, he saves the expansion. Again, Jumy chose not to cancel. He chose not to. But he's still reinforced. Yeah, he can still take the fight anyway. Can still hold his own. You're also playing catch up. Nice counterattack. He does sit by. Takes down 6 probes across the map before going down. I mean, that Oracle, I would say, did fairly well. What, 9 probe kills in total? So not bad. As we got 3 before that, if you recall. And Gerald, he finally is able to expand, getting his third base up and running. Gerald, he's catching up. Still has a ways to go, but he's getting there. He'll also have a small timing with charge. We'll see if he can make use of that. Charge is still on the way for Jumy. Charge also can trade so well against Wing Stalkers. And here comes Gerald. Jumy, he needs 10 more seconds. And we'll finish up, but last, no Zealots. Yeah, boys are being pulled. Where are those charge lots? First wave of Zealots going down. The Immortal has arrived. And Gerald, it's going to be close. Yeah, he shouldn't be able to break through. Shouldn't be able to. He's trading well for himself. Actually going for the Immortal. I didn't think he could. Yeah, gets the Immortal, dives on the army, and Gerald, he breaks through. He overwhelms, takes down all the Stalkers, takes down the Immortal. Ay, ay, ay. I wasn't sure he could. But the Immortal went down. Still just waiting for reinforcements, and with them, he can just keep pushing. Again, the power of the Zealot, man. Ay, ay, ay. Even just going for the Stalkers. Nice control out of Gerald, blinking back. And there's 3 Stalkers left. Down to 3 Stalkers. And we're just waiting for those Zealots every time. Once the ball started rolling, I could not stop. It won't stop. And Gerald, he will take a 2-0 lead. GG gets called. Gerald takes game number 2. And Gerald, he's 1 game away from claiming the series. GG. Uno más, baby. Uno más. 1 more game is all that Gerald needs. And Jumy just having a really hard time here. Again, he had a really quirky start. Remember, he opened up 3-gate blink. He opened up 3 gates. He was going for a proxy across the map, which he did commit to. And he was containing his opponent quite well. But remember, he did make a decision when it came to denying the third base. He forced a cancel once, and he could have forced a cancel twice, but he chose to fight with the army instead. He bled out a lot of Stalkers, the base got up and running, and Gerald, he just committed from there. It was a very crisp timing with charge. And Gerald, if the game went on any longer, if it was a little bit more passive out of Gerald, then Jumy would have been able to recover and just taken a lead from there. But Gerald, he just went straight for the kill, straight with those charge lots, and did overwhelm. GG. GG, well played. Gerald, he does maintain his lead here and is now 1 game away from making it to the grand finals. Oh boy. Uno más, papi. Uno más. Unless these are best of 3s. My apologies if they are. Oh, never mind. Okay. Never mind. I believe this is now a best of 3. Okay, wait, am I crazy? Were they best of 5s previously? I could be crazy. Yeah. I will confirm. I will confirm. Okay, best of 5. So I'm just a little bit confused. We're good to go. Good to go. Here we go. As we're getting into the next game, we're getting into game number 3 here in Spawning. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have our German Protoss player. We have a German Protoss. We have the green Protoss. Representing Streamer Zone, it is Jumy. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss himself, representing Streamer Zone as well, leading the series 2-0. It is Gerald. We go. As we're getting into our next series, as we're getting into our as we're continuing our series, getting into our next game. But there was some confusion with the players. But yes, best of 5. I was being gaslit. I was. Go. As we have our 2-gate opener out of Gerald, likewise 2-gate opener out of Jumy as well. Here we go. We're getting into the next game. So far, we have an initial opener, so 2-gate opener versus 2-gate opener. So far, everything's as it should be. We have no proxies, no shenanigans. I say that Jumy going for the fake proxy pylon here at the natural. Let's go. So it does go for a fake out. The goal here is to try to force an overreaction, but Gerald, he doesn't care. He does go for a very greedy opener. Sentry expand. Okay. A very fast Nexus. Likewise, Jumy, he does respond with his own. Once again, we have both players cutting corners, both players going for sentry-based openers into as fast a natural base as you can with a 2-gate opener. Okay, let's go. Let us go. So both players are cutting corners, both players are being hyper greedy, focusing their economy. And we'll have a bit of a tamer early game. Let's go. Go. Gerald, he does move out. Does scout, does confirm that we have mirrored builds. Just sentries and expansions, that's all we got. Behind this, we have our Twilight Councils. We have the same tech of choice here. Jumy going into Blink, likewise so is Gerald. At least I'm assuming Blink. We have seen Gerald go into DTs every now and then, and he has been mixing that in. Ooh, as Jumy does rush into a fast forge. Okay. Has the forge out of Jumy. With this, you can go into faster upgrades, of course, and have a stronger timing here with +1. As the forge is done and +1 will soon be on the way. Likewise, I appreciate that Jumy is scouting around the edge of the map as well, especially against Gerald. You don't want to be too careful after what happened in game 1. So it does skirt around the edge. We can see Gerald just rushing straight into a third base. Again, just focusing on just greed on his economy. Jumy a little bit later to expand. Just a little bit. So here comes that third. On the way, 4 probe kills due to those adepts, so some damage was done. And we're just building up in towards the mid game. Now, as we get into the mid game here, because both players have been fixating on their economies and we're just building up into that mid game, I do lean towards Jumy. I mean, there's a bit of a give and take here. Gerald, he has the higher probe count, he has a better economy, and he has a faster third. True, so he should be able to maintain that economic lead and have a slightly larger army as a result. That is true. At the same time, +1. Right, at the same time, +1 is going to be a factor coming into this, and there's going to be a window in time where Jumy has +1 and Gerald does not. So we can try to make use of that and try to hit and strike then and there, and try to take advantage of that and overwhelm. Not just +1, there's also going to be a later +2 timing available as well, where you can hit with +2. So that is going to be a timing available here for Jumy. Speaking of, yep, there it is, +2. So +2 begins immediately. That's going to be the next big power spike here for Jumy. +1 is halfway done for Gerald. And Jumy is gearing up. Charge on the way. Gateway Explosion is on the way for Gerald. Jumy just now getting his own gates. Nation confirms the gas count. Triple gas here out of Jumy. Same can be said for Gerald. We're now taking up into Archons. And this is kind of like the more standard European PvP. Just like very, do I want to say defensive? Just like we're leaving each other alone. There's been no aggression. There's been no move out to both players. And we're just backing off. We're just focusing on building up, getting our bases, getting our economy up and running, and building up the army. A much more passive game between both players after a more intense game 1 and game 2. As +2 is almost done for Jumy. Likewise, he does have his first Archon already, and here we go. Here comes the move out. Here comes the push, and again, this is intentionally timed with his upgrade. As +1 is done in 10 seconds, and Jumy is moving out. So until +2 finishes for Gerald, we do have that upgrade advantage for Jumy. Jumy's pushing. How many Archons? He's getting up to 2. So 2 Archons for Jumy. Bearing in mind, Archons do amazingly against Zealots. Depending on the positioning, of course. There we go. Third Archon's on the way. Armies do clash. Time we got the Prism. Prism goes down, denies the warp in. Nice pick up here from Gerald. Yeah, takes out the Prism, collapsing on the Archons as well. And Gerald, he will shut this down. Sure, we have upgrades in favor of Jumy, but he will lose his ability to reinforce. He will lose any ability to micro. Oof. Prism goes down, but Jumy, he will lose everything. Ay, ay, ay. Jumy, he will be shut down. Again, it was all lined up. But I couldn't reinforce. He couldn't save his Archons. Couldn't pull back. And Gerald is running away with this. Ay, ay, ay. I was coming into the series, I was expecting a back and forth. I was expecting a game 4, maybe even a game 5, but Gerald, he is now catching up. A +2 is soon going to finish, and +3 only just now begins for Jumy. The reason why +3 is so delayed is because Jumy didn't think he needed it. Didn't think he would need the upgrade. He was just going to commit then and there to +2. But he got shut down. And now Gerald, he's snowballing out of control. Now we do have a cannon. We do have a shield battery here to defend. 2 cannons even. That will help. But here comes Gerald. He doesn't care. He's got 3 Archons. I mean, it's good to go. He sees the defensive setup. He backs off. He respects it. He pulls away. I mean, the natural and the third base are much, much less defended. They're much more vulnerable. And Gerald, he rotates. He moves in. Going for the natural. Archon volley's going up. And as the army's being dealt with, we do peel off into the mineral line as well. So Gerald, he will eviscerate that economy. Gets into the natural, pushing into the third as well. Winning on both fronts. It does everyone on both fronts. As Jumy, he has nothing left. He's down to an Archon, down to a handful of Zealots. GG gets called. And Gerald, he will take the series 3-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Gerald, as he will claim the series. He will advance on. And my condolences to Jumy. Again, Jumy did a great job when it came to making it here to the semis, but Gerald's pappy, 3 weeks off. It does something to you. He's recharged, revitalized, and ready to just claim more games, claim more matches. Takes down Beyond, takes down Jumy, and now here waiting in the finals for his next opponents. GG, well played. GG, well played. Now the question becomes, who will face off against him, as we are switching on over here to the upper portion of the brackets. Let's go. Let us go. As our next series is going to be a best of 5 between Nickrat and NightMare. Go, let's catch up on the bracket. Let's figure out where we are and how our players got here. Okay, here we go. So again, Gerald, he took down Jumy to make it to the grand finals. Nickrat took down Shameless 2-1. Big win there for Nickrat. Very well done, very well played. Takes down Shameless, does advance on. NightMare took down Percival, and now we have our 2 remaining players here facing off to make it to those finals. NightMare and Nickrat about to begin in that best of 5. Here we go. Now soon to face up. Vetoes are wrapping up. And we will soon jump in. As we're getting ready, a big shout out to no, that's a big shout out to Hatsu in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Taking a break before casting OC. Fair enough. I'm hoping everything was okay, but good to hear. Good to hear. Of course, Hatsu was casting over on her channel, was covering the event in Russian, and looks like is going to be coming back for OC King of the Hill. Fair enough. There's a lot of content, a lot of casting, a lot of matches are coming. A lot of different tournaments are taking place here tonight. So fair enough. Fair enough. Best of luck. Get some rest, and I look forward to your next cast. Look forward to it, indeed. Look forward to it as we're getting ready for our own semis. Getting ready for our TVP. As game 1 is going to be on Pylon. Okay. Pylon is going to be up first. Pylon, one of the more aggressive maps in the map pool, one of the smaller maps. Shorter rush distance by ground. Aggression is favored here, and typically, Nickrack, he is the aggressor, so we'll see if NightMare can survive that. Now, we have been seeing a little bit more of NightMare as of late. As a reminder, NightMare, he did retire quite some time ago, but he recently came back. He recently joined a new team, and we'll see how he fares against everyone else. There's a lot to get into there, but for now, we're jumping in and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon. We have the Red Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nickrack. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player, the South Korean Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is NightMare. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Gerald is patiently waiting for either a Terran or Protoss opponent. Who's it going to be? We'll find out. We'll be there to find out. Also, very quickly as well, if you're in the chat, if you want to support this tournament, if you want to support the Platinum StarCraft League, and also those working behind the scenes on the event as well, exclamation mark Matcherino. Exclamation mark Matcherino in the chat. There is a link to the Matcherino page. There are free coupon codes that you can claim to support the event, or you can help boost the prize pool as well. All the money goes towards the players. All the money goes directly to the top 4, I believe, of the tournament. All towards the semi-finalists. For now, we do have our standard opener here out of Nickrack. As a standard economic, he does go for a Rax Expand. Single Gas Geyser out of our Terran player, and NightMare does confirm. NightMare pokes in, checks the gas, does confirm, and will pull away. Now, coming into our series, NightMare, again, he's only been back for around a week, or even less than a week, really. He's been back, and he's been playing in quite a lot of tournaments. He's been playing in a lot of qualifiers. He's been playing in the open weeklies as well. He just joined Streamer Zone yesterday, bear that in mind. So again, that's just how fresh NightMare is back, and he's not looking too bad. Like, NightMare's had some pretty solid results so far in his return. Quickly going over them, I want to say he took down one of the bigger Terran players. I know he took down Ryung. Let me just quickly double check. Here. He took down... I say he took down Ryung. He did take down Ryung. He took down... Who else? He took down Mana. Took down Jumy, took down Cure. And today he took down Percival as well. So again, specifically, I would say that PvT is a NightMare's strongest matchup. I would say his weakest matchup is PvC. I would say that he struggles a little bit more against Zerg. But you rarely play a Zerg player anyway, so it's fine, baby, it's fine. But again, for NightMare to take down Cure, Jumy, Percival, and Ryung over the past, 3 days? That is insane PvT. And he did fall to one Terran in the past 3 days. He fell to Maru. He played against Maru in the RSL qualifiers and did fall to him, but it's Maru, baby. I mean, it's your first week back and you want to beat Maru like that, so you're asking for a bit much. You're asking... But again, really solid performances so far to NightMare, so it's going to be a mountain to climb for Nickrack. We'll see if he can pull it off. He can pull it off. As we do get one probe kill at the natural, not bad. Gets one probe, but pulls away. Behind this, getting to his own 1-1-1, going for a mine drop follower. Okay. Setting up for his Widow Mines. NightMare going into Blink, so Twilight Council into Blink into a 3-gate setup. This is something we've seen quite a lot out of NightMare, is the safer builds, going 3-gate Blink, Robo on 2 bases, sometimes even staying on 2 bases a little bit longer and delaying his third, getting into Storm. There we go. As there's that Robo. There's that Robo on 2 bases. As Nickrack, he does move out. He's moving out with his mine drop. Behind this, we'll see if NightMare does expand or if he throws down further tech. But now he's just fanning out his stalkers. He will find the medevac. Will encounter. Medevac taking a lot of hits already. Hellion Reaper towards the natural. Stalkers are in position. NightMare, he does react in time. Nice reaction. Nice force field. Ooh, he locks down the Hellion. Locks down the Reaper as he does warp in. Very nice control from NightMare. Calm down. Very nice control. Shuts down the Reaper Hellion. Oh. And NightMare, he doesn't really sustain much damage at all so far, losing 2 probes. So finally losing 2. Likewise, Necrat coming in from behind, going for some auto harass, working towards his own stim timing as well. Until stim finishes, Necrat, he's stuck at home. The other concern here is that he has no tank production, so he's going to be a little bit more vulnerable here to Stalkers. As NightMare does poke in. Yeah, again, 0 tanks for Necrat. Purely a bio composition. Auto harass do get 3 probes, not bad. Losing up to 4 probes even. It's going to be 3 SCVs though. As NightMare does pull away. Pulls away, getting into charge. Again, going for a very gateway-centric army. So blink into charge, into delayed splash damage. The splash damage here going to be Storm. Once again, Necrat gets another probe. Gets another 2 probes. And here comes Tim. Here comes the main army. Oh. Necrat's third base is going to be delayed. Starts up his third at the natural. And this is quite a hefty army. Storm is not ready for this. Not yet. NightMare does force a stim. Ooh, does get the force field. Yeah, it does force field, does slow this down. Despite that, no shield battery. Yeah, shield battery's not ready. NightMare going for the throats, going for the natural. And he does get into the middle line. So many probes going down, and this is becoming critical damage. 16 probes. Yeah, 16, 17 probes going down. Storm now comes in, but the damage has been dealt. NightMare, he holds. NightMare defends. NightMare cleans this up, but it costs him everything. And finally, here comes a mind drop. Oh no, he goes like this. Oh my god. 20 probes in total go down. And Necrat, he does cripple. He cripples NightMare. Again, Jumy Cure ain't got nothing on Necrat. As again, the reason why he had so much bio, as we were pointing out, no tanks. Remember, there was no tank production, and he could have been punished for it. He could have been punished for it. His defensive position was very, very weak, but NightMare, he stayed on a very low Stalker count. He focused on his economy instead. He barely moved out. He barely harassed. And he did not punish. And now Necrat, he's snowballing out of control, building up a greater army, getting more mines, more bio, getting his third base on location. And there's no rush, right? Like Necrat, he doesn't have to push out here and now. He could pull the boys. If he really wanted to, he could pull the boys and just go for an all-in. But right now, the longer this game goes, the better it is for Necrat. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Philosopher in the chat. God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing for 4 months. For 4 months. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you. Do appreciate the support as always. Este Philosopher. Oh. Auto turret into the main. Gets another 2 probes. NightMare, he rotates on the right hand side. He is sharking around with storms. Now, on the one hand, Necrat is looking solid. He's got ghosts, he's got Vikings, he's got 3 bases. With some well placed storms, NightMare has potential to recover, but it comes down to the storms. For now, he's going to be zoned away. Yeah, the storms are zoned, and nice sentry towers here out of Necrat, ensuring he can keep up with any of the army movements. And NightMare, he is struggling. Takes down the sensor tower. Tower goes down. He's going to be in the back of Necrat's mind, knowing that he doesn't see what's going on there. Alas, he finally moves out. He's got how many ghosts? He's got 3. So 3 ghosts. He's got a couple of EMPs. Storms are in the prism. Oh no! Prism is going to be going down. Does unload. Does unload both High Templar. EMP lands on one. The other does get a storm off. There's one more storm left. There's still more High Templar behind this. True. Oh, as Nickrat, he does run through the storm. And more storms are coming in. Nickrat, he does split towards the end. Storms are decent. And with the Zealot reinforcements, NightMare, he holds. And NightMare, he does hold on. The power of Storm. He's holding, he's surviving. Getting a 4th base. Base on the way. More High Templar coming in. As Nickrat still rallying across the map. Again, bearing in mind that Nickrat, his economy and his army is still greater than that of NightMare. He still has momentum. It was a good fight for NightMare, but he needs more of that. And he's just going to be overwhelmed here. He's holding onto a couple of storms. He's buying time. EMP raises the High Templar. More storms coming in. And with that, NightMare, once again, he's holding on. Once again, he forces Nickrat back. Catching out the ghosts. Expensive pickoffs. Forcing Nickrat back. And again, Nickrat, we don't have to be pushing out like this. We can just calm down. We just back off, calm down, and max out. Oh. Still going for those auto turrets. As Nickrat, he's forced back home. NightMare, he does establish a 4th base. 4th base getting up and running. Nickrat claiming his own. As he has to rebuild all those ghosts. Back up to 3. Yeah, Zealot. Ooh, nice catch on the Templar. Gets 1, 2, gets up to 3. Oh, 2. 2 Templar go down. Not a bad drop here from Nickrat. Was a little bit extensive supply-wise, but he does catch 2 Templar. Here comes the main push. Again, this time he's got plenty of ghosts. He's got plenty of EMPs. Ooh, nice feedback. Feedback's a ghost. EMP in the main army. Mainly on Stalkers. Zealot's rushing in. Another feedback. Storms are brutal. And NightMare once again. He's holding on. He's holding on, Batty. Oh, God, God. The storms are crazy. Now, can NightMare survive into Colossus? If we can build up a handful of Colossus, then NightMare, he can stabilize. He's still on the back foot. He's still stuck defending. But he's almost there. Casito. Oh. Ooh, as the Prism does overextend. Nice storm. EMP connects with the first High Templar. Prism somehow survives, saves the Templar, pulls them back. But we need more storms. Where are they, by the way? Now, without any more storms, the army just crumbles. Here we go. Nickrat, he's done it. He breaks NightMare. High Templar, they were too late. Again, these storms they needed a minute ago. But the storms are too late. The main army goes down. The base goes down, and NightMare has been broken. It was an impressive defense up until this moment. Impressive engagements out of NightMare. But here, there's reinforcing a Templar that was just too far behind. And GG gets called. GG gets called, and Nickrat, he will claim game number 1. GG. Whew. But again, some crazy fights out of NightMare where he was almost able to recover. Almost. He was still on his way there. Still trying to work towards Colossus. Still trying to saturate and maintain his 4th base as well. Unfortunately, that final fight, though, again, he got caught out. So the Templar, they were just too far back. He could not reinforce in time. GG. GG, well played with that. We're now getting into game number 2, and we'll see if Nikrat can maintain his lead and extend his lead. We'll see if NightMare can recover and have a back and forth. Let's go. The previous semis was pretty one-sided, so I'm hoping that we do have a back and forth here. But again, a really impressive first start here first game for Nikrat. We just spoke about it. NightMare, what, 24 hours ago, he beat Jumy, he beat Cure, he beat Ryung 2-3 days ago. Like, NightMare has been getting some really good results in PvT. I would still stand by my statement earlier saying that NightMare, his strongest matchup is PvT, so he's favored coming into this, but Nikrat is popping up. Let's go. Let's get into our next game. This morning in the bottom hand corner of lane lines, we have the red Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes, leading the series 1-0. It is Nikrat. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss, the South Green Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is NightMare. Here we go. Stepping in. So far we are moving out. Again, last game, Nikrat, he did go for a more economic start, and we're seeing that again. We're seeing, once again, an economic opener out of our Terran player. Now, winding it back a little bit, when it came to the previous game, and when it came to Nikrat catching NightMare with his pants down, part of it was the map, part of it was pylon. You have less time to react, less time to respond, less time to build up a defense early on. But remember, Nikrat, what did he do? He skipped out on tanks. He didn't make a single tank last game. He went straight for the add-on swap tech lab on the ranks instead, going into stim, going into combat shields, and went for a very heavy bio timing with Marines, with Marauders, with stim, with combat shields, with medevacs. He had more Marine Marauder than typically in that kind of game state that was able to overwhelm and break NightMare then and there. So really crisp timing there out of Nikrat. NightMare, who was caught off guard, but I don't expect to see the same build again. I don't expect that to work 2 times in a series. So we'll see how NightMare reacts. We'll see how Nikrat does adjust. We shall see. As we do have once again a Twilight Council opener out of NightMare. Does look to open Blink. Technically, we have seen a rise in popularity of charge-based openers, but they're a little bit more common on smaller maps like Pylon. So leaning more towards Blink. Oh. As he does pull away. Extra gateways being thrown down. And we'll see where our players take us. As behind this it is going to be Blink, so Blink is on the way. We have 2 more gates as well, so 3-gate Blink out of NightMare. So far it is the same build 2 games in a row from our Protoss player. From the side of Nikrat, he is setting up for his own drop, actually investing into an additional Hellion. Okay, so if you remember last game we did have a Widowmine drop follow-up. This time it is going to be additional Hellions, bearing in mind that it takes 3 Hellions to kill to one-shot a probe. And we're getting to a 3rd Hellion. 2nd rack's on the way. Looks like we're going for a Marine job with Hellion supports. The way this works typically is Marines going to be threatening the main base, and the Hellions, as the Marines cause a distraction, the Hellions will cause a distraction where they will dive into the natural. So we have a multi-pronged attack being set up here from Nikrat. Here comes the Hellion move out. Here comes the drop. And we'll see if NightMare can defend. NightMare's got his Stalkers in the main. Blink is done in 10 seconds. He's got one Adept here at the natural. Drop is moving in. And the Hellions, they do throw in a dive. Oh, they get caught by the Adept. The Adept will delay. Oh, no, the full medevac goes down. Ay, ay, ay. A brutal loss there for Nickrat as he will lose the medevac. He will lose the Hellion as well. And he's forced back. He's forced back. He'll lose far too much. And NightMare is getting ready for the counterattack. We have the Warp Prism on the way, which means NightMare, he's pushing. Oh, boy. He is pushing. This is just a rough start for Nickrat, losing all the Hellions. And now there's no reason to keep anything at home. The Hellions and the Reaper go down. And now we can send everything. We can send everything across the map. NightMare, he commits. Back home, we pre-pull the boys. Nickrat, he knows he's in trouble. Behind this once again, 0 tanks. He's going for the same follow-up. 0 tanks. We have Stim on the way. Combat Shields, Marines, Marauders, but there's no tank setup. There's no defensive setup. And NightMare, he's going to overwhelm. He's going to overwhelm. Takes down the upgrades. Stim is denied. Combat Shields as well. And now we can just dive on the Marauders. If you want to, we could just blink forward. Does blink away. Playing it safe. Plays it safe. The upgrades, they will not finish. Observer does spot the boys being pre-pulled, and he can just go back into the main and focus on those Marauders. Where are we headed? Going for the natural. So we 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, it does go for the SCVs. Had some wasted shots. Despite that, 10 SCV kills. Ay, ay, ay. Just some auto start harass across the map. That does help at least somewhat. Getting some kind of damage done. NightMare going for more ACVs. And this time not going to Storm, this time going to Colossus. We have the Bay on the way. Colossus is going to be in production. Third base is already done. NightMare just containing the Terran. And remember, because Stim was denied, this move out is going to be even more delayed than usual, or more delayed than it would have been. So delayed Stim, delayed move out. NightMare pick of Marines. And whenever Nickrat does decide to move out, NightMare, he's in position to delay. He's in position, he's got his army, he's got his force fields. Going for another warp in. Charge is done. Diving on the tank. It does attempt to go for the dive. Settles for SCVs. At the same time, he breaks through the natural base. The bunker goes down, gets into the mineral line. Do we force field? Ah, no NG. Yeah, unfortunately, there's no force field. But NightMare is just pulling Nickrat apart. Looks like the Warp Prism did go down. True. And Nickrat, I feel like we have to go for the all-in. Like, there's no shot. There's macking out of this is going to be nigh impossible here for Nickrat. So we got to commit with everything. There is a window in time, of course. If you look at the army supplies, Nickrat, he does have quite a force to work with. And the first Colossus, yeah, is already out. Yeah, the first Colossus has arrived. Nickrat, he spots this. Where there's force fields. Tries to lock down the army. Takes down a line of Marauders. Marauders going down at the same time. Zelda hit the mineral line. 15 more SCV kills. Ay, ay, ay. The tanks are on siege. Yeah, they get caught. They get caught on siege. One tank goes down. Colossus does cut back to the shield battery. And NightMare, he'll run away with this. He'll just shut down the army. It was all or nothing for Nickrat, and he's down to nothing. GG gets called, and NightMare ties up the series. We have it back and forth. We have a tied 1-1 scoreline. GG. GG, well played. Again, just a really rocky start for Nickrat. Unfortunately, he just got completely shut down when it came to the opener, referring to the Hellion aggression and the drop. The drop went down without getting any damage done. Same with the Hellions as well. Immediately, as soon as Nickrat lost map control, NightMare, he moved out. He counterattacked, he punished, and we saw that Nickrat, he was not ready defensively back at home. The goal of that build was to keep the Protoss player busy, but he wasn't able to because he lost everything real fast and real quick. That was GG. That was GG then and there. Now we're getting into game number 3, and we'll see who takes the lead in the series, as we're currently tied up. We are tied up. I'm hoping that Nickrat goes for a different build. He did attempt I mean, the opener was a little bit different, true, because he went for the Hellions instead of the Widowmine, but the end game was the same for Nicrat, going into, or skipping any kind of tank production and going into a heavy bio style, hoping that changes coming into Game 3. Hoping he does take a different approach, but here we go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Maganatha, we have the red Terran player. We have the Platinum Heroes player. We have the player representing Platinum Heroes being forced into a tied-up series. It is Nicaract. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss himself, representing Streamer Zone. It is NightMare. Is NightMare the Korean player, or is there a European player? Korean. We mentioned this at the start of the broadcast and the start of the series, but if you did miss out, NightMare, he retired. He retired, like in April? He retired like in the first half of 2025. A couple of months in, pre-EWC, so he did retire, he did step away, and he was actually competing in Deadlock. Deadlock is another kind of like quote-unquote like MOBA-ish game, like an FPS or a third-person shooter game that did come out relatively recently, and NightMare, he was competing in that instead. But recently, when I say recently, I mean less than a week ago, he did return to StarCraft. So he's been gone for quite some time, for a good amount of months. Recently he did come back, and it's been interesting to see his return here, to get a gauge on what his skill is looking like since he has been gone for so long. And he's been doing quite well, at least in certain matchups. Like, I mentioned this earlier, but currently I would say his best matchup is Protoss versus Terran. He recently, yesterday, did defeat Jumy and Cure, which is some pretty big wins in this matchup, for sure. So this is, I would say, where NightMare is currently at his strongest. But again, NightMare, he's also been streaming over the past couple of days because of his return. He's been streaming, he's been laddering, and he's been improving. And NightMare, he will only continue to improve over the next couple of weeks, over the next couple of months even. So NightMare is just getting back on that horse. Meanwhile, for the first time this series, double gas opener out of Nicaract, going double gas racks into a factory, into a delayed CC. So a much more tech-heavy start out of our Terran player. With this, suddenly something like Banshee follow-up and Banshee play is more accessible here. So we'll see where Nicaract takes us. As we once again have a Twilight Council opener out of our Protoss. Once again, we're expecting Blink. We have extra gateways on the way. We're now opening up Reactor to Reaper Hellion. So we're holding onto that gas. There's no Cyclone opener here. No Fast Tech Lab, not yet. As we once again have 3-gate Blink. So standard opener, 3-gate Blink Stalker. This is the go-to build in TVP in the current meta. Just 3-gate Blink. Typically into a Robo before expansion. Now, welcome one and all to Maganatha. Maganatha is the largest map in the map pool, so we could see NightMare cut corners, and he may go for the base before the Robo. Now Adept goes down, nice catch, takes down the Adept. And no shield battery. Ooh, a little bit greedy. A Stalker goes down as well. The boys are being pulled. Probes are going down. Nicaract getting a very nice start here. Going for the Stalker. Does cut into the main base. Collapsing a Stalker. Stalker gets caught with by the boys, by the probes. Ay, ay, ay. And this is getting out of hand. 5 probe kills and a Stalker. And the Adept. And he's not done. Gets even more probes. A brutal start here, and he's not done. 8 probe kills, 2 Stalkers, and an Adept. And behind this, Cloak Banshee. We spoke about it with the double gas opener with the higher tech that we can, or this follow-up is more accessible. Going to Cloak Banshee, going to tank production as well. A very aggressive follow-up. And things are looking up for Nicaract. Again, NightMare Heals cutting corners. No safety shield battery. No defensive setup. What do we say? He was caught with his... The pants were down. The pants were down. Was caught out. And here comes the Banshee. Checking NightMare's vision, he has no sentry, right? He has no sentry, which means he has no hallucination, which means he has no scouting of the main. He knew it was double gas, sure, he knew that much at least. That's all he knows. And he's staying on 2 bases. Ooh, so very 2 base heavy. So not just 3-gate blink into a Robo, into a Templar Archives, into Charge, and most likely into Storm, all on 2 bases. But no shield battery. Wow, no shield batteries already. There's the cloak, no detection. And Nickrat, he's popping off. He's popping off. The Observer just now popping out. How many probes does he get? He gets up to 5. Ooh, barely not. 4. 4 probes lost mine time as well. Nice damage dealt here by Nickrat. And here comes the main push. And what is this? This is a Beyond move out. This is a move out with Vanilla Marines. Remember, there's no stim. Ooh, but stim does begin. And a 3rd CC on location, so Nickrat, he shouldn't commit with this. He doesn't need to. He's moving out. He's gonna get caught. Yeah, Stalkers are coming from behind. He should not have been here. 1 tank goes down. Yeah, Nickrat getting a little bit too greedy. He's here to deny a 3rd, but there is no 3rd. Like, this is all on 2 bases for the Protoss. It's just 2 base play. Nickrat trying to push further in. He can maybe get a Stalker going for the mineral line. This is going to be expensive for Nickrat. He will get 7, 8, 9 probe kills. Nice damage. Gets 9. Does cost him 2 tanks, though. It did cost him 2 tanks. But he may have done enough damage. What I mean by that is that NightMare, he's down to 39 workers. He has no 3rd base. The economy is not there. So on the one hand, NightMare can counterattack. He can. There's nothing, right? There's no map control here for Nickrat, so NightMare can counterattack. But because of the crippled economy, there's not really much to work with here. It's going to be 8 Stalkers. And as time goes on, Nickrat is building up more of an army. Now, no bunker, no defensive tanks. So Nickrat, he's going to have the bare minimum to defend. But purely his production may just be enough. And it is. His production is enough, especially with his upgrades finishing. Stim, combat shields. So Nickrat, he is fine. Nightmare, he backs off. And Nightmare is in a very rough position. Sure, Nightmare, he has Storm, but he's on 2 bases. Nightmare, he's hoping that Nickrat all-ins into him, but there's no all-in. There's no all-in coming. Nickrat expands. So Nickrat is getting further ahead, but Nickrat, he's out of position. Stalkers are going in between the bases. Gets a Marauder. Gets a Marauder, gets an SCV. Nickrat, he just ignores the Stalkers. He goes across the map instead. Let's go. NightMare finally trying to expand. You can see Nickrat, he just checked for a 3rd. He just checked for the 3rd base. He pulls away. And he's going to be feeling pretty good about himself. He's like, hey, so you don't have a 3rd, by the way. it's not there. As storms are coming in. True. Remember, there are 4 High Templar. Plenty of storms for NightMare. Ooh, no bunkers. No defensive setup. Widow Mines are getting in position. EMPs are available. Sims in. With some well-placed storms, depending on how Nickrat responds, there's a chance here that NightMare can take a fight. But again, there's no rush for Nickrat. He just has to chill. Just chill, saturate his 3rd, get a 4th, get further ahead. Look to max out. As here come the storms. Yeah, storms into the mineral line. The boys are pulled away. That's still going to be 9 SCV kill, 11 SCVs. Ooh. As the final storm doesn't quite land. 12 SCV kills. There's a recall back home. What's important, there's still a couple of storms left over. And here comes Nickrat. There are 8 Templar. That's a lot of storms. Speaking of good, the storm does connect. Okay, the storms are connecting, by the way. They're pretty juicy. Storms are looking good. Nickrat does take them to the face. Oh. As a Prism is going to go down. Down to 6 High Templar. 2 will morph into the Archon. Nickrat dropping into the main. As Nickrat, he's rotating over. Likewise, does drop into the main base. He's going to be cleaned up though. Doesn't really get much for his drop. It doesn't get much. Not quite worth it. EMP goes up. Oh my god. But Storms once again. Does take the Storms to the face. A lot of fire goes down. NightMare is catching back up. Not like this. Yeah, Zealot does hit the third base. Sorry, just keeping an eye on chat. Apparently there was something wrong with the YouTube. But Zealot did hit the third. 17 SCV kills here across the map, and NightMare is back. NightMare, he's back in this game. He cripples the economy. Nickrat, he races back home, and NightMare, he gains map control. He's pushing out. Ay. Again, the trades were just too poor for Nickrat. The Storms were brutal. NightMare catching out a couple. Oh no! Gets a free ghost. Gets a couple of medevacs. Nickrat, he's hurting. So, how do you not take Storms to the face? You can pre-split. Does occur if you watch much PvT, like pre-splitting the army ahead of time once you engage, because you know that your opponent has Storms. You know that you have to have your army prepared for that sort of thing. So it's typically it's common to spread out your army ahead of time as you engage in, so you can minimize damage. But if you watch other PvTs, like there are examples of that. Likewise, you can also lead with Ghost to EMP first and EMP ahead of time before they engage. Of course, that's where the Prism comes in, because that's the purpose of the War Prism, to keep the High Templar hidden and safe from the EMPs. So you have that back and forth. But NightMare, he's back in this. He's back in this. He will saturate his 4th base, getting his 5th up and running as well. Now switching out of Storm into Colossus. Colossus are building up to support the army. So NightMare, he's refining himself. Likewise, behind this, Nickrat is also getting to his other CC. And we're getting to the late game. We're getting to a longer game state here. Now, Nickrat, he isn't quite there yet. Nickrat, he only has 4 Vikings. The Viking count is very low. So Colossus, they can reign supreme. That's also, I mean, also benefits the Prism as well, as there are less Vikings. So even though both armies are maxing out, one army is not quite like the other. I would say that at this point, Nickrat, he does still have to refine this army. Checking the army tab here, he's got a lot of medevacs, he's got a lot of Marines. He could do with less Marines, less medevacs, more Vikings, and start working towards Liberators. 2nd starport's on the way. NightMare, he rotates over towards the right-hand side. Nickrat, he will respond. Ooh. Yes, Storms, they will connect. Yeah, Storms are connecting. And he will catch the Colossus. Not bad. He'll get one. One Colossus goes down. Where are the High Templar, by the way? Where are the Storms? Yeah, the High Templar, they are elsewhere. Another Colossus falls. Nice catch. Storms coming in. Nice EMP. Very nice EMP. Covers the High Templar, but we have more Templar coming in. Oh no! Templar, they're coming from behind as well. The surround of Templar Storms, they pop up. Yeah, the Storms are brutal. No Vikings left. And with that NightMare, it looks like he should barely have enough. Yeah, more Storms coming in. Storms for days. We have medevacs left over, but only medevacs. And NightMare, he will take the fight. Takes the fight. Colossus barely survives with 2 HP. The 2 HP Colossus. Let's go. Does hold, does survive. And these are brutal losses here for Nickrat. My big concern, look at the ghost count. Only one ghost left. So down to one ghost, down to 0 Vikings. Nickrat, he's rebuilding with Marine Marauder. And NightMare, he can break through. He can overwhelm. He can and he will. As he does kite back. Does kite back, does push forward. Will kill the CC. Oh, not quite. Does pull away. Waiting for reinforcements. Does take both corner bases, bottom, left, and top right. And GG gets called. NightMare, he overwhelms. And NightMare, he does take a lead in the series 2-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. As NightMare does take a lead, but bearing in mind, this is the best of 5. Best of 5, so we still have more games ahead of us. We still have plenty more to come. Whew, but a very, very intense comeback there from Knight. Remember, he was behind. He was down in workers, down in economy, down in army as well. But I would say that Nickrat was maybe a little bit too aggressive. He was trying to end the game. He was being very active with his army, as he did have a lead, of course, but he did lose that lead. He was overly aggressive. He was very much so in the face, and he was taking some rough fights. If you remember, he went for a drop into the main base. I want to say a triple drop into the main, where he did lose said drops, where he did lose a big portion of his army as well, and just too much went too wrong there for Nickrat. And NightMare bounced back. He bounced back, he did recover. GG. GG, well played. As it's catch up on the chat. But I see Leon in the chats. From my understanding, I think YouTube is fine. I just checked, and there are people watching there, and the stream is fine, so it might be on your end, or it seems to be working for the people that are watching. For those who are curious what we're discussing, we are streaming both on Twitch and on YouTube and on TikTok and on Facebook and on Kick. We have 5 streams. Here we go. I did the light that was rank 1 on OCE back in the day. No, that was a different light. Different light. Nah. I was not actively laddering back when. I guess I started laddering back in Heart of the Storm, back when there was still a C server. I guess, technically. But, no, that was not me. Not me, baby, not me. Different lights. But here we go. Here we go. We're now getting into our next game. We're getting into game number 4, and we'll see if the series ends here and now, or if we can make it all the way to the ace matches. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the red Terran player. We have the red Terran himself representing the Platinum Heroes. Down in the series, he has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. It is Nickrat. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Protoss player. The blue Protoss, we have the South Korean Protoss, leading the series 2-1, one game away from claiming the series and advancing on to the grand finals. Representing Streamer Zone, it is NightMare. Hello. As Nickrat does move out with his SCV, he does skirt around the edge, he does avoid the probe scout, and he comes in with the eBay block. Let's go. So nice cheeky start here by Nickrat. Will block the expansion, and ideally he wants to force NightMare to expand at the unnatural natural. He wants him to expand at the 3rd location instead. So a cheeky start. The downside here is that Nickrat, he's going to have to go for a factory follow-up, as resources are going to be invested into the eBay, which means he cannot quite afford the CC. There we go. The eBay is at almost 99% done. And NightMare, he reacts with a Zealot. Oof, a heavy delay here for the Protoss. So NightMare, he makes a choice. He does decide not to expand elsewhere. He decides to go for a delayed expansion, makes the Zealot, and he will slowly whittle away at this eBay and eventually expand. So a shaky start here for NightMare. Again, the other choice he could have made was to expand at the 3rd location, but he chooses not to. Doesn't want to be torn apart, doesn't want to defend in 2 awkward locations at once. And behind this, Nickrat does follow up with his own factory. Don't see how you support Colossus and Hightail level for 4 gases. By preserving your army, by preserving your units, for sure. You can pull it off. But I think NightMare was taking extra gases towards the end. Especially if you want to go into double rover production, that's where you would need, I believe, a 5th gas. NightMare with perhaps the shortest retirement ever. I think we've had shorter retirements. How long was Tasia's first retirement? Didn't Tasia retire like 3 different times before he actually retired? Like, didn't he? Like 3 or 4 different times. Like, that was a meme for quite some time, was Tasia retiring and then coming back. Regardless, we'll just see NightMare expanding. Does go for the more delayed CC. NightMare setting up the proxy across the map. Got my attention, Warp Gate is done. Does have a 3-gate setup. So Twilight Council, most likely 3-gate blink, but he can reinforce across the map to apply some pressure. He's moving in. Shield battery is not yet done. But does have the Cyclone. Oh, gets 1, gets 2 Stalkers. 2 Stalkers go down. Nice big here from Nickrat. He pulls away. Gets another lock on. And with a 2nd Cyclone, he might just overwhelm. Barely not. But again, good trades. Good trades here for the Terran. He got 2 Stalkers for a couple of Marines. Ooh, as he scans. Yeah, he does commit here, going for the Stalker, and he barely does not get it. He gets the other, though. Yeah, takes down both Stalkers. Wow, both Stalkers barely go down. He busts into the mineral line. Nick right with the power of the Cyclone. The Cyclones, baby, let's go. Does break through. Takes down 4 or 5 probes, and he's mining at the natural. Catching out another reinforcing Stalker. And will finally be cleaned up. Ay, ay, ay. Does clean them up. Oh, I spoke too soon. Jesus. It's getting another 2 probes. 7 in total. 2 more probes go down, and yes, everything gets cleaned up, but that was well worth it for Nickrat dealing economic damage. It was already a delayed economy for NightMare because of his late expansion, and NightMare, he wanted to be more aggressive, but he was punished for that. He was denied that, stuck at home, and Nickrat just chills. He settles in to 2 bases. He does settle in. Back when ladder rank gave spots for WCS. Ah, true. Does remind me, by the way, the NA ladder heroes is returning. So much love to Fear Dragon, much love. It was announced like, what, 2-3 weeks ago at this point. But NA ladder heroes is going to be coming back. For those that are curious, that is an initiative made by Fear Dragon to promote and to provide incentive for players to ladder on NA. It's really cool to hear, really cool to see. Really cool to hear. As NightMare is going to try to recover, going for extra gateways, going for the Bay, going into 2-base Colossus. I mean, again, he's stuck on 2 bases just because of all that damage dealt early on. It's a shaky early game here for NightMare, but he's come back from worse. Like, like NightMare, he's had some crazy comebacks and some crazy attempted comebacks, but this time he's going to have to do it without Storm. Oof, is it possible, Pappy? Can he do it? No Storm? No shot. As Nick, he pulled the ass. Let's go. Nickrat, he doesn't want to give him the chance to recover. He pulls the boys. He's going for the 2-base all in. And basically, Nickrat, he knows that he's ahead, and he's going to try to knock NightMare down while he's down. He's going to kick him while he's down, and going for the all in. He's like, you should not be able to survive this. As NightMare has been crippled, and now Nickrat's going for the kill. He's going for the kill, going for the throat. Again, Nickrat, he's here looking to force the ace match. Tanks are moving in. The first Colossus is almost out, though. With nice force fields. Force fields, they will delay. Tanks do siege up, getting within range of the pylon, but there's a backup pylon keeping this powered. And the Colossus has arrived. He's got 1 Colossus so far. Tanks are within range of the Robo. The Robo's going to go down. Oh, going for the mineral line. Another tank has arrived. This This ramp is getting a little bit choked up. But down goes the Robo, so no more Colossus. Just the one. Boys are being pulled. Darts are coming from behind. The slow lots are coming in. Let's go. Darts coming with the slow lots. The Colossus is targeted. And the final tank is going to go down. I mean, nice pickoffs here from NightMare, but it's going to cost him too much. 20 probe kills. NightMare, he holds. He holds for now, but we're still rallying. We're still rallying across the map. Nickrat, he's still moving in. Ooh, nice force fields. Zones away the tank. Some clutch moves out of NightMare. But GG gets called as NightMare, he is broken, and Nickrat will tap the series. We're going to game 5. GG. Whew, GG, well played. We are going into game 5. We're going to the ace match. Let's go. We're going the distance here again. Hyper aggression out of Nickrat. He was able to overwhelm with the early game aggression. We saw that NightMare just had a really rocky start with the eBay block. It was already a rough start with the eBay block, and we saw that Nickrat, he was able to punish and overwhelm with the first 2 cyclones. Likewise, I say punish because NightMare, remember, he had a proxy gateway, and he actually did warp in across the map as well. He wanted to be aggressive, but he was punished for it. He had to race back home instead. He was out of position. He was torn apart barely with those cyclones with that early push. GG. GG, well played. After the lead, Nickrat just pulled the boys, committed to the all-in. This time he ensured that NightMare would not be able to recover and bounce back. And now we're getting into the ace match. Game 5 gonna be on Persephone. Let's go. Here we go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the red Terran player, the red Terran himself representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nickrat. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player, the South Korean Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is NightMare. Let us go. Oh, Shino, no. Shino, Lelix as well. Ay, ay, ay. Where were you guys? SMH my hedge. It's all good, it's all good. Be there next time, be there next time. Again, welcome one all to the Platinum Esports League. This is a monthly tournament. Every single month there's a Platinum Esports League event. Oh, sorry, Platinum StarCraft League event. This is a monthly tournament, and this is for the month of August, and we still have more to come. We still have a September, October, and November edition as well. We'll still got more on the horizon. But I know there's just so many tournaments, right? There's just so many tournaments going on. There's so many matches happening out there. It's like, it can be hard to keep up for sure. Join the Platinum Esports Discord server. You'll be notified when the next event does occur. I'll let you know. Gerald, papi. Ay, ay, ay. Gerald. As we do have an economic opener, so Rax expand out of Nickrat, going for a faster CC. As we're slowing things down, this time there's no crazy eBay block. There's no denial. But shout out to Gerald. Share my papi, share my. Always. As Gerald, he's been patiently waiting for the winner of the series. Patiently. I see in the chats, when's the next Evo stream? I remember you said we'll get less Evo games. We've just been really busy with everything else. With the thermal 2v2 circuit. So because of that, we have been covering a little bit less Evolution than typically, but we should be covering some StarCraft Evolution starting this week. Again, this weekend is the StarCraft Evolution Championship. I believe it begins tonight even. I think tonight or tomorrow night is when the championship does begin, and we should be able to cover those matches via replays throughout the course of the week. Bearing in mind that we do work on the 2v2 circuit, so Thermal 2v2 event does start in a couple of hours, and we are going to be focusing on that, of course. So we're focusing on other things while like the championship does go on. Just as a heads up. Meanwhile, oh my god. It's the microwave man himself. It's the ARJ skater. God, oh my god. Thank you so much. It's been a while. It's been a while. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Hope all is good in the land of ARJ skater. Much love, baby. Much love. a long-time supporter of the channel, on a 7-month win streak, subscription streak, I should say, but 38 in total. 38 in total. Thank you so much, AJ Skater. Thank you. Much love. For now, we have our tech of choice. Once again, 3-gate blink. We have blink finishing up. We have extra gateways on the way. So 3-gate blink stalker out of NightMare. We have seen NightMare commit on 2 bases a little bit longer these past couple of games, going for a Robo, into Temple Archives, into Storm, into extra gateways. We'll see if that continues to be the case, as he's going for the Robo. We'll see if he expands. So far, a very safe play here out of NightMare. And Nickrat, once again, is going to be avoiding that tank production. Throws down extra maxes, getting ready for his mine drop. We'll see if he does invest into tanks this time, or if he does add-on swap instead. As we have been seeing a lot of add-on swaps. Speaking of, yep, there we go. Does go for the add-on swap. So once again, Nickrat, he's prioritizing Stim. So this is the 3rd time he's done this series. Rushing into Stim, rushing into combat shields, and not making a single tank. Nickrat's been very fond of this. Mindro comes in. Ooh, medevac goes down. Yeah, NightMare, he was in position. Takes down the medevac, takes down one of the mines. Baits out the shots. Very nice control, and he will clean everything up. Doesn't lose a single probe. Not a single probe goes down. NightMare, he's locked in. He is locked in. And I would say that Nickrat, he's vulnerable. We've been here before, actually. We've been here before. NightMare, once again, he's going for the Templar Archives on 2 bases before the 3rd Nexus. So once again, thinking about Storm. This does mean that his counterattack is going to be that much weaker. There is no War Prism. There is no War Prism, so there's no way to reinforce across the map. Otherwise, I could see NightMare punishing this, but last he's going to be having map control, but we'll see what he can get done with it. As he has no high ground vision. Observer is now moving in. Nickrat building up his army. As Stalkers, they go into the main, they're going for Stim. Oh, 7 seconds. 6. Oh, and Stim is going to be barely denied in time. Nice pickup. Takes on Stim and does make away. Okay, nice pickup here by NightMare. As Nickrat, he does try to counterattack. Oh. Trying to break out. Catches a couple of Stalkers. Not bad. As he barely doesn't get the Observer. Again, remember, he has no Stim. He has no Stim. It was denied earlier, so he cannot chase. And his move out is delayed. His move out is heavily delayed here. NightMare chilling back at home, getting his 3rd base up and running, getting it saturated. Enjoying himself. Takes down the Observer. Nice catching the Observer. Pulling back, building up his army, getting a 3rd CC behind this, just getting into a longer macro game. But Storm is done. Ideally, NightMare wants to catch his opponent as he attempts to expand. Speaking of, Nickrat is going to be expanding. NightMare has got 7 Templar in total. 3 with the main army. Here come the Storms. You see a pretty split. Storm here on the Widow Mines. Likewise on the SCVs as well. But Nickrat, he should be able to hold on. He does have enough. Yeah, it spreads quite nicely. And Nickrat defends. He defends, he holds. He doesn't really lose many SCVs either, despite the Storm. And we have a game. Here we go. We have a game. Nickrat, he expands, gets his 3rd base. Likewise, NightMare going for his 4th. We're backing off. We're building up. Double Forge for double upgrades. And Likewise, Nickrat getting into his own ghost production. Academy is done. Ghosts are on the way. And we actually haven't... I don't think we've actually had like a proper back and forth mid-game between these two. Typically, coming into the mid-game, one player has a massive lead over the other. That's typically how the series has played out. Nickrat's moving in. Storm is ready. Of course, we have the 2 High Templar. Widowmine's do zone away. Widowmine's do zone. Catching out the Prism and a High Templar as well. Not bad. Storm for the most part was avoided. Avoids the Storm at the same time. Nickrat going for a massive counterattack. And he does catch another High Templar. But there's still plenty more Storms where that came. Oh god. The Storms are connecting. Nice EP. EP goes up. Another couple of Storms though. Yeah, the Storms, they are enough. And NightMare holds. NightMare, he is holding. Did cost him a lot of High Templar though. He's down to 2 Templar. Only 2 Templar left. He was up to 7. Now down to 2. Works in one more. Nickrat still looking for a way in. Shout out to the MVP Observer. NightMare, he sees all the rotations. You don't see the movement of the army. Storm mainly zones away. And major connections. NightMare, he doesn't have many Storms left. Uh-oh. He has to be careful. Once again, the Storms are not connecting. But the army comes in for a flank. The Gateway Army might be enough anyway. Yeah, Zealots are getting top the Ghosts. Oof. Ghosts are going down. That's going to be, what, 3, 4 Ghosts falling? Ay, ay, ay. Brutal losses there for Nickrat. He does reinforce. Coming in with his production. Widowmine's a force friendly fire. Storm in the mineral line. Oh. And this is getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand. It's getting out of control. More Zealots coming in. More Storms coming in as well. And NightMare, he may have just done it. And he may have just broken. Nickrat gets 11 SCV so far. He's holding onto his Storm. Yeah, he does hold onto it. Okay. Pulls away. As I was expecting a Storm in the middle line. Meanwhile, we do see NightMare does miss rally. Get out of here. No. Okay, does pull away. Does pull away. Does save the Colossus. From here, Nickrat, he does hold on, true, but he has taken a lot of losses. A lot of SCVs, a lot of Ghosts, a lot of high-tech units. Speaking of, he's down to only 2 Ghosts. You see, he lost 5 Ghosts in that previous fight. The Might Shot! Ooh, Might Shot goes up. There's potential, but oh god. Once again, though, the Storms are connecting. Storms are brutal here on the Bio-Heavy Army. So we're up to the second Colossus. And NightMare playing it safe. Playing it safe. Goes in, takes down 10 SCVs, backs the hell up. As NightMare, he is close to maxing out. Now, thankfully, Nickrat, he did get a 4th base up and running throughout all of that. But NightMare going for the gold. Does have map control. Is maxed out. And it's going to be a tough hold here for Nickrat. NightMare, he wants to trade. He wants to trade his Gateway Army. And just pick up whatever he can. He's up to 6 High Templar. Now CP on the Zealots. Ooh, oh, the Prism goes down. That was 2 Templar. Yeah, no storms. No storms left. A brutal fight here for NightMare. As NightMare, he will lose far too much. He's going to be chased down. Again, no storms. He lost it all. Yeah, he did overextend. Stalker's going down. Now we have a reinforcing storm. But last NightMare, he'll lose everything. The High Templar, the Colossus, the Prism as well. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, that low HP Prism killing NightMare. Okay, Nickrak, back in this. He's very much so back in this. A very strong fight. For those that missed it, the War Prism was the first thing to go down and it had 2 High Templar inside. That's why there were no storms. As Nickrak takes the fight, but he still has to lick his wounds. NightMare, he enjoys the gold. So NightMare, he still has the solid economy to rebuild. Ooh, catching on a bit back. As also get into the mineral line. So far, 6 SCV kills. A nice run by. Observer gets caught out. From here, Nickrak has been able to max out. Again, he took a greater fight. So the first to max out. And there are now 6 High Templar behind this. 3 Colossus. Viking count is low. It does reset the Viking count. That is going to be a concern. But the Colossus is out of position. NightMare, where are we? Happy, what's going on? We got to respond. He's racing over. He's racing on over. Nickrak, he gets into a base. Again, NightMare's out of position. The Nexus is going to go down. It's going to be an expensive trade, though. As Nickrak, he will lose a lot of his bio army. We'll see how the armies engage. Storms coming in. Oh, yeah, brutal storms. Nickrak forced to go further in. He does get a surround of the Colossus. Not bad. Gets 1, 2, 3. Colossus goes down. Yeah, nice surround here. Nice flank from Nickrak. And Nickrak, has he just done it? He has. No more Zealots. Again, just a brutal fight for NightMare. He was caught out in the open. Despite there being no Vikings, the Colossus, they were exposed. Oh, no, the Stalkers, they run into the army as well. And Nickrak, we can send it, Pappy. We can send it. Keep going. Oh, God. Does still take a storm, and Nickrak is going for the gold. He's going for the gold base. Oh, has to respond to the army. Players are backing off. Once again, we just see Nickrak. Now he does have a very healthy Viking count. Previously, I was more concerned for Nickrak just because he had none. But then he got the surround. Now here he does have a standing army. He can fight this force head on. So his Vikings, got his EMPs. I'm moving in. Vikings, they zone with the prism. Oof. Storm connects. Prism goes down. High Templar, they are unloaded in time. Unloaded. They're gonna still some brutal storms. Nick right now working towards Liberators. Let's go. Ugh. Once again, a brutal storm. We've got so many zealots as well. And NightMare's gonna overwhelm. Yeah, just collapsing the army. Getting on top of the bio. GG gets called as NightMare. He will overwhelm the force. He will take the series 3-2, and NightMare, he will advance on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. And NightMare, he does claim the series. Again, a very intense back and forth. Honestly, Nick Red, he had some very nice fights. Some very nice engagements. Able to collapse in from multiple angles. Able to collapse on top of the Protoss army. Referring to the moment where he was able to snipe the High Templar early on. That was when he fought outside of the third base, or even when he caught the army in the center of the map as well. But he never really had the momentum he needed to counterattack. What was important here, even though I would say Nickrak was taking better fights, NightMare had the stronger economy. He had the gold. He had the gold base. He had his entire half of the map completely saturated, so he could afford some more inefficient trades. He could afford worse fights. He could afford to lose Colossus after Colossus, High Templar after High Templar. He could just rebuild. Meanwhile, Nickrat couldn't. Nickrat, he had a finite amount of bases. He had a finite economy, and eventually Nickrat ran out of steam. He ran out of steam. He was not able to stop the economy of NightMare, and GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations, NightMare. He will claim the series, and we are making our way over towards the grand finals here. It's going to be a best of 5 between NightMare and Gerald. Let's go. Let us go. It's going to be the team kill once again. One can't spell Colossus without a loss. A lot of players do win with Colossus. Right now, like going Storm or Colossus, it's very much so like both are viable options. We've seen a lot of players pop up with Storm, but as a result, we've seen a lot of Terran players react and respond with faster Ghost production. Colossus, they have their place, and hey, NightMare pulled it off. Did pull it off. GG, well played. With that, we're getting ready for the grand finals, getting ready for our best of 5, and we're going to be going on a very short break. When we come back, we'll have that PvP. We'll be able to crown our champion. See you soon. See you soon after the break. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals of the grand finale of the Platinum StarCraft League August 2025 edition. We have returned here with our top two players, of the tournament. We had some intense PvTs, but we have finally reached our mirror matchups. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the red Protoss player. We have the Polish Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Gerald. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player, the South Korean Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is NightMare. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chats as we jump into our PvP. Oh boy, let's go. And again, shout out to Gerald. He's been patiently waiting this entire time to make it here to the finals. He took down Jumy. He took down Jumy to make it to the finals. Meanwhile, NightMare took down NightMare instead. I believe this is going to be the first Protoss opponent for NightMare. Yeah, as NightMare, he worked his way through Percival and NightMare to make it to the finals. And we'll see if if NightMare can keep up with the PvP of Gerald. Let's go. Also, I want to give a special shout out to NightMare. NightMare, he had a very intense back and forth. Again, for NightMare to force NightMare to the H match was very impressive. I will say a little bit also came down to some more unique builds and unique play out of NightMare. He was not playing standard. As we were pointing out, he was going for a lot of very heavy stim play, a lot of heavy bio play, often delaying or just skipping tank production entirely, being much more aggressive and assertive, and often catching NightMare off guard. Was working out, was pulling that off. And there are definitely games where, I mean, I can see a world where NightMare could have won that series as well. There were games where he was ahead, right? Where he was ahead, he had a lead, and then it slipped away from his fingers. I'm thinking of the game on Naganatha, of course. Just when NightMare had some crazy comebacks. Some insane comebacks, man. Yeah. For now, there are two gates. We have a Stalker Adept out of NightMare. Meanwhile, we have a double Stalker out of Gerald. Okay. So with this Gerald, he's going to be applying a little more pressure. He's going to be moving out across the map. We do see attempted scouting out of our blue Protoss, out of NightMare. With this, he can keep one Stalker at home. He can move out with the Adept. He can attempt to scout, attempt to keep his opponent busy. And we'll see how hard Gerald commits as he moves out with the first two. First two Stalkers are pushing. We got the pylon block on the low grounds. Gerald can freely expand. As Gerald, he will skip his next set of units. He does skip, does expand. There's the Nexus. The Nexus is on the way. At the same time, the Adept does skirt around the edge of the map. Gerald's moving in, but there are sentries. Oh, a bit of a misrally. Yeah, a bit of a misrally here, and one sentry does go down. Nice pick up here by Gerald. Gets a sentry, pulls away. And back at home, he does not wall off in time. Yeah, barely doesn't wall, forced to recall, Adept popping up. Does night mining. Gets one. Gets one probe, he wants the other. Oh, he wants him. Oh, nice control there by Gerald, he pulls away. Whew, it does pull away in time. Does save his probe. Does save his probe. NightMare, he will lose the Adept to the sentry. In total, I do want to give the edge to Gerald. So far, in a slightly better position. Gamma, yeah, the Gamma's there. The Gamma's there. Got you. Which mirror matchups do you find more interesting? More interesting. It's interesting verbiage or way to phrase it. Interesting. Depending on the players, I think the players impact that a lot. Like, I find ZVZ really interesting, but only if we have more aggressive players. I think that's probably the case with all matchups, right? I think there's an example of that from earlier, where we had a PvP that was really passive. It was game 3. That's it. Game 3 of Jumy versus Gerald was very passive. Meanwhile, double Adept into the main, does get into the middle line, getting 1, 2, 3 probe kills already, getting up to 4. Ay. 4 probes going down. 5 in total. A very nice start here for Gerald. But it depends on the players and depends on obviously how the games play out. As I mentioned before, like game 3 of Gerald versus Jumy is a good example of like a passive, like more like EU PvP, where it's like no rush 10 minutes. It's like no rush 10 minutes. Everyone gets their third bases, their fourth bases. They play Blink Stalker versus Blink Stalker. The equivalent of that in ZVZ is like also like a bit of a more European ZVZ, which is like no rush 10 minutes, Roach versus Roach sort of thing. It might be TVT then, maybe. Especially with how the meta has changed and evolved over time. I think because of how TVT was many years ago, I think it has a reputation of being like a slow like siege line versus siege line, but that has not been the case for a couple of years at this point. It's a little more dynamic, a little more intense. It's why Clem doesn't play it. Clem, he's like, it's too crazy for me, I'm done with TVT. But there we go, 3 probe kills. Does get 3, but does cost Gerald quite a bit of stalkers. Each mirror matchup has its pros, has its cons. For sure. TVT might have the least stale games. Like, on average. Which again is why Clem got the hell out of TVT. That's like, hey, I would just play Protoss. I'm done with this nonsense. Ah, true, baby, true. Does make it entertaining to watch though. As NightMare, he does counterattack. Nice snipes here on the sentries. So just a little bit distracted. Both armies are built up on 3 bases. NightMare does have a 5 stalker lead. And he's going to be able to overwhelm. And behind this goat, he's a little bit more time for his warpins. And he's got slow lots here to defend. Charge is still not yet done. He's a tough hold. And behind this out of energy. But charge is just finishing. We see NightMare just reinforces. Yeah, he's just going to push forward. Even break through the Zealots, he can just break the army. That's Gerald, he's holding. He's holding on. Behind this goat, he's now getting to charge +1. The upgrades are catching up and getting in favor of Gerald. I still feel like NightMare can take a head-on fight, but does respect Gerald quite a bit. Backs off. As goat is distracted. Nice counterattack here. NightMare moving in. Does recall back. And we're slowing things down. We're slowing things down a little bit. NightMare, he does retain most of his stalkers. So you can see here, NightMare, he has double the stalker count of his opponent at 24-12. An insane stalker lead. As he has just been preserving them over time. Meanwhile, we just see Gerald going into mass charge instead. I mean, Zealots are more efficient, true. They can trade quite nicely. Gerald, he's just going for it. He's committing. it's going to be all or nothing with Gerald. Does commit in. And now he has Zealots reinforcing for NightMare. So NightMare, he should take this fight. And he will. He will clean up everything. Gerald getting called out. Losing all of his Zealots, the Stalkers, the entire army. And that's going to be game. Here, there's no way to come back. GG gets called. NightMare, he will take game number 1. He'll take a lead in the series. GG. GG, well played. Again, Gerald, he bled out a lot of stalkers as he was harassing across the map. As he was bleeding out stalkers, NightMare, he was retaining his own. He was building up. He did have a 5 stalker lead when he pushed out across the map, and then and there, he was able to break through. He was able to break Gerald, able to break through that defensive line, and he was just able to maintain that lead and snowball out of control. GG. GG, well played. Again, in these mirror matchups, it can be difficult to recover after a loss. It can be difficult to recover after you bleed out, whether it's units, whether it's workers as well. There are certain ways to recover in that sense when it comes to run-bys, counterattacks, War Prism harass, Oracles, DTs, but alas, trying to play straight up after taking some losses can be difficult. And here we go. We're getting into game 2. getting into game 2, NightMare takes a lead, and we'll see if he can maintain that lead and extend it coming into game number 2. Let's go. Game 2 is going to be on Persephone. A bit of a smaller map, ideally more of an aggressive one as well. We had a relatively, I say, passive game 1. I mean, NightMare was very much so in Gerald's face, but we'll see if we do adjust our openers coming into Persephone. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. Down in the series, we'll see if we can bounce back. It is Gerald. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Gerald. It is NightMare. The other Streamer Zone Protoss. True. The other one. Let's go. So getting into game 2. Now, in NightMare's return, I have not seen NightMare go for these more economic openers. I'm referring to Gate Cyber Expands. We have seen a lot of the Korean Protosses over the past 8 months embrace that kind of play that I don't think really did hit NightMare even before he retired. I want to say he was maybe mixing in a little bit, but wasn't really committing too hard, as yeah, we have 2-gate opener out of NightMare, 2-gate opener out of Gerald. And I don't know if NightMare is ever going to deviate from this. Outside of Ultra Love, which we'll get to at some point, I'm sure. Ultra Love and Torches, they're a little bit different. They have a ramp coming into the natural, so that does add a different bit of flair to us, to the games, to the openers. But now, 2-gate versus 2-gate. We'll see what pairing of units we go for. Double Stalker, Double Adept, Stalker Sentry, Double Sentry, or Sentry Expand. We shall see. As from here, we are going for the Sentry Expand. Mirrored builds as both players go for their Sentries, and they're going for a faster Nexus. Okay, so greedy more economic openers. Meanwhile, NightMare, he's trapped in, which means Gerald can freely expand. Meanwhile, Gerald, he's in position to block, and NightMare is going to be delayed. So a better start here for Gerald. You can see NightMare forced to make another Sentry. There's a pylon block. Ay. Bearing in mind the NightMare, he was trying to cut corners, was trying to go for a mirrored build, but fails to do so. So a better start here for Gerald. We'll have the stronger economy. And what's important as well is that NightMare doesn't really have a way to punish. He will have excess sentries early on, true, and he can maybe try to push out with this. Bearing in mind that an excess sentry army can actually trade quite well early on because there's no blink. So force fields are that much more impactful. We'll see if he does move out with the Stalkers. As Gerald is taking up into blink. Twilight Council on the way. Stalkers are popping out. Likewise, NightMare, he confirms no Stargates, so he knows he doesn't have to keep his army back at home. Here's a Twilight Council. Spots the sentries. And is going for a Twilight Council himself. And here he goes. Here comes that move out. Now, as we mentioned before, because there is no blink and because there's no War Prism either, force fields can look down an army quite hard. You can slice up an army and try to engage ahead of time and lock them down. Hallucination does spot the move out. God, he knows. Yeah, he sees what's coming his way. Does go for the energy overcharge. His probe is in position to block the wall, the ramp. Gerald is getting ready. Ideally, NightMare, who wants to lure the army out into the open. Speaking of, going for the counter force fields, locks him down. Does end up losing a couple of sentries though. Yeah, but Gerald, he gets caught out. He's caught out in the open, losing a sentry, losing a stalker. And I don't really see him escaping here. Meanwhile, Adept does shade into the main. Gets a probe. And these are brutal losses here for Gerald. We spoke about this in the last game. In a mirror matchup, losing stalkers like this is brutal. Tries to recall, he will lose one, and he will barely escape with one stalker. Ay. So again, lost 2 sentries, 2 stalkers, and 2 probes. Better trades for NightMare. Catching at the Adepts. As we are backing off. From here, we're backing off. We're taking a breath. Both players claiming their third bases. And we are taking up. We see Gerald already working towards charge. Charge on the way. Thankfully, Gerald, he scouts. Thankfully, he doesn't blindly blink into the main. He's rotating, hoping for a distraction. He's got 2 Adepts here to try to backstab. Likewise, fanning out. But overall, NightMare maintains his lead. As we mentioned, like, he did have better trades early on. And Gerald has yet to recover. The other big factor here is no charge from NightMare. He's not getting to charge, he's going pure mass blink stalker. Jesus. Adept say shade in, not bad. Adept say shade into the mineral line. Probe's gonna be going down as well. Nicely done. NightMare, he races back home. This delays the push. We'll catch the Adepts. That's still 4 probe kills and denied mining time. So nice counterattack here by Gerald. Gerald has time to rebuild. He's got a lot of catching up to do in regards to supply. He's warping in. NightMare feels like he may have missed his timing. He's now starting up his own charge upgrade. Still dropping into the main. Yo, the slow lots are coming in. Slow lots into the main base. Does force a recall. That's a big reaction here from Gerald. But NightMare, he doesn't quite commit. He backs off. Okay, we're slowing down. We're slowing things down. He backs off, claims the 4th base. And because NightMare backs off, Gerald, he can enjoy and take advantage of his better economy. Faster 4th, faster saturation. Faster upgrades. And we're waiting for faster tech as well. We're waiting for the Temple Archives and Archon production. That's the one thing that Gerald is missing. So far, it's purely gateway based. Just Zealots and Stalkers. No Archons. For Geralt at least. NightMare, he's still a ways away. Temple Archives halfway done. Without Archons, Geralt, he could take this fight. Taking it slow. Drops into the main, going for the upgrade. Yeah, +2 is being targeted at the same time as run by here across the map. Gerald committing in. Oh, that's a lot of wasted DPS. There's so many Zealots that just stuck behind the wall. Yeah, nice force switch here from NightMare. He defends, he holds on to the 4th. At the same time, though, the main base is still under fire. Probes aren't going down. And we're trying to break through. Trying to both players losing workers. That's going to be 15 probe kills in the main. Ay, ay, ay. Gerald, he's popping up. Getting 18 probes. 18 probes go down. Gerald, he retreats. And now we're taking up. It's a little bit delayed, but now we have the Temple Archives. He's thinking about Archons. He's done enough damage. Pulls away. And he also denied, he denied +2. The Forge went down. He denied +2, so no upgrades. Gerald's getting further ahead. NightMare, he is in trouble. Now, you could argue, even with a smaller army, NightMare could still take a better fight because of the Archons, but that's soon about to change. As Gerald, he's soon to be catching up on that Archon production. He's almost there. Oh. Catching up the Prism. Massive snipe. Prism goes down. No counterattack. That's a lot of Zealots. That's a lot of charge ones. But again, depending on the positioning, Archons can trade so efficiently against charge lots. God has to be so careful with how he engages, as he is quite Zealot heavy. He can't just aim move in. Yeah, Zealots say peel up in towards the 4th base. Gerald taking it slow. Trying to get on top of the Archons. Yeah, it does blink in. And is going to get the first Archon. And from here, just pulling NightMare apart. Collapsing on the right-hand side, getting on top of the Stalkers. Does focus on the Archons as well. And Gerald, he has done it. We will make a series out of this. And not going to be one-sided, thankfully. We're going to have a back and forth here as NightMare, he barely has a standing army. Down to 3 Archons. Prism goes down. And Gerald has done it. GG gets called. And Gerald, he will tie the series. We have a 1-1 score. GG. We are tied up. We have that back and forth. Again, Gerald, he was able to have a very, very strong fight earlier, referring to the drop into the main, denying +2, eviscerating the economy. He got 18 probe kills in the main base. It was insane damage. And likewise, was just keeping NightMare busy at the 3rd as well. So he was able to pull him apart, make use of that massive charge timing. The downside was that Gerald, his own Archon timing was very delayed. True, he had much later Archons, but he didn't need them, apparently. Didn't need them. Did pull NightMare apart. GG. GG, well played. We spoke as well, winding it back further than that fight was the greater economy that Gerald had. We spoke about how Gerald, he got away with a faster 4th base, faster saturation. We thought that Gerald was going to be punished. Remember, Gerald, he was bleeding out a lot of Stalkers earlier on, and we thought that NightMare would be able to counterattack, but by the time he did, Gerald, he had built back up. Actually, it was before that. Gerald, he distracted with those 2 Adepts. He bought time, he got some damage done, he forced his opponent back home, and NightMare, he missed that blink timing that he did have, that +1 as well. Did miss it, and from there, Gerald's got away with the 4th, snowballed out of control. GG. GG, well played. And now we're getting into game number 3, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Maganatha, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Gerald. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss, also representing Streamer Zone. It is NightMare. We go. Here we go. Just catching up with the chat. Super late game PvP can be really interesting. It's been a while since we've ever really seen late game PvP. That was a little bit more meta, like maybe 2 years ago. I want to say like 2 years ago, we used to see that quite a bit from players like Gerald, like NightMare as well. Trigger, we would often see a lot of longer, later PvPs, but that was in the previous patch, in the previous meta, where you could be a lot more safer, a lot more defensive, and referring to the shield battery, I mean, to shield battery overcharge. And of course, different map pool as well, which was a lot more defensive, a lot more turtle heavy. Basically, it would be Stalker versus Stalker. That would lead into Stalker Disruptor versus Stalker Disruptor. And then that would lead into Sky Toss. Tempest specifically. Into Tempest versus Tempest. So it'd be like Tempest Disruptor versus Tempest Disruptor. That was a little more common, again, like back in 2023. Like 2022, 2023. A couple of years ago. It was a dark time because, I mean, in general, a lot of games were a lot longer back then. It was... Aye, aye, aye. I remember. I'm scarred. So now we are going to be opening up once again double gateway. So 2 gate openers all around. We're going to be opening up double adept even. Okay. So NightMare opening up double adept. He does have a 3rd and 4th adept on the way as well. So he's going to double down. And from here we might even go up to another set of adepts. We can go up to 6, even up to 8. So we'll see when he stops. Forsake the unnatural. Natural. Aye, aye, aye. Gerald, he confirms. Does confirm the natural base, and it's going to be an awkward defense here as NightMare, he's not stopping with adept production. Let's go. Oh, the adept's back. Now, the purpose of this is to deal economic damage, of course. So once you get up to 6 to 8 adepts, you can shade in, and a pylon block is not going to be enough. A pylon or a shield battery is not going to be enough here. It can be targeted down, and the adepts can force their way in. So a hyper-aggressive start here from NightMare. Getting a proxy pylon to reinforce. Adepts are threatening a shade. And we wall off with not a pylon or a shield battery, with a gateway. So again, Gerald, he's left enough room here for a gateway instead. Going for his own proxy gateway. Let's go. As we have getting up to 8. Let's go. 8 adepts here for NightMare. But the gateway is solid. Will not be broken. Gerald has to be careful. Okay, he's got to respect the adepts. Building is cancelled. Has to be rebuilt. So Gerald, he's on top of his wall. And adepts, they don't really scale well over time. So this is a bit of a rough start for NightMare. He has to get something done with this. He's shading in. He's shading in. Gerald's out of position. He's going for the mineral line. And NightMare, he will commit. Not getting much, though. He shades in, but Gerald pulls away. Going for the sentry. Gets one. It's 1 sentry and does get a probe. Force Wheels, they do catch 1 adept. But as all this is happening, Gerald, he reinforces across the map. He has been warping across the map. He's going for it. He's going for the kill. No shield battery. Yeah, no defensive setup. NightMare, he's in danger. Stalker's going to be going down. Boys are being pulled. And Gerald, he's popping up. He's popping up across the map. Yeah, he punches the economy. He punches the expansion. Stalkers are getting quite low. Stalkers are getting low, and they're getting picked up. Nice focus firing there out of NightMare. But Gerald is coming in from behind. It's still getting quite close here, going for the hallucinations. Trying to tank shots. Hoping to at least. As NightMare, he's barely holding on, but here come the reinforcements. 6 versus 7. I mean, despite not breaking the army, he has killed probes. He gets a pylon as well. Depowers a shield battery. And now he can commit. And now he can commit. The hallucinations they're putting in the work. They're tanking a lot of shots. And he gets another 9 probes. Ay, ay, ay. Gerald, you can just keep trading. Nice, we control out a NightMare. He controls well. Hiding back those weakened stalkers. Ooh, still losing another 2 though. As here just comes out to the control, comes down to the micro. Oh, God overextends. Yeah, he oversteps. Gerald has to get the hell out of here. Yeah. As NightMare, he pops off. GG gets called. NightMare purely with his control. He shuts down the army, shuts down the stalkers, and NightMare takes a 2-1 lead. GG. Very impressive control there out of NightMare. Ay. Again, towards the end, I thought that Gerald had enough. I thought he had enough to break through, to break the economy and to break the army, but NightMare, he locked in with his unit control, locked in with his blinks, and he blinked his heart out, papi. Oh my God. Traded so well. He out-traded, he out-controlled Gerald. GG. GG, well played. Now we're getting to our next game. Let's go. Getting into our next game. And we'll see if Gerald can bring it back. We'll see if he can force the ace match. Ay. True, Mr. Miller. True. But also, as we get into potentially the final game of the series, a quick reminder in the chat, if you're in it, and if you want to support the tournament, !Matcherino. There is a link in the chat to the Matcherino page for this tournament. Again, we still have codes available to boost the prize pool even further. You can boost the prize pool with some of your own money, true, or you can, of course, just claim a code and boost it for free. So Matcherino link is in the chat as we get into our next game. Potentially the final game of the series, as spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can force the ace match. It is Gerald. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is NightMare. Here we go. Hey. Just catching further. ZVZ is nice to watch, stressful to play, at least for me. I enjoy playing, I enjoy watching ZVZ as well. Just saying, on average. I think I enjoy the TVTs. I mean, I enjoy all the matchups, for sure. All of them. Whew. So we are settling in. For now, we have our 2 gate openers all around. No one is going for a gate expand. No shenanigans. Claim all the codes, Matty. Let's go. I claimed mine. Did claim it. And again, shout out to those working behind the scenes. Shout out to those working, or shout out to those at Platinum Esports and Platinum Viewers as well for running the events on a monthly basis. As a reminder as well, this is a monthly tournament, and it all leads into an end-of-year championship over in December. So again, we're kind of building up towards something greater. And again, this is a way to kind of spread the love and to support these up-and-coming players. For those that are maybe unaware, this tournament is restricted. It is restricted. I almost said MR restricted. It is illegal act restricted. Basically, the players that are 3K and above on illegal act cannot compete in these tournaments. That's why there's no Max Packs, there's no Beyond, there's no Hero. The best of the best, the top of the top. I want to say maybe around top 12, top 12 players in the world are ineligible for this tournament. But all the others can step in. So again, events like this are for those that are just below that. Just below that. I think it's 12 or top 16, something like that. In regards to a League of Act rating. We have had closer series as a result, true. As the initial depth does slip in. Gets a probe. Probe pulls away. And once again, both players are going to be opening up Twilight Council. This time, there's no crazy commitment into Mass Adept. Not this time. We're calming down. Just the one. Nice catch by Gerald. As NightMare, it does open up Twilight Council, but does throw down a pylon hidden on the right-hand side. Interesting. Initially, I would assume this would be for DTs, but I feel like the pylon would have been earlier for that. So, a little bit odd. And that it is. Okay, there we go. It is for DTs. Let's go. So, a cheeky build here by NightMare, going for the Dark Shrine. I mean, Incorporeal is one of the larger maps in the map pool, so you can try to pull this off. And, oh, Gerald, he goes for the third base before the Robo. Very greedy build here by Gerald. He delays his Robo, delays detection, and I'm concerned. Not like this. We have seen Max die to DTs. We've seen Hero die to DTs. It is not uncommon to delay your detection, so I'm concerned Robo is on the way, though, thankfully, so not delayed for too much longer. Robo's in production. Here comes the pylon. Here come the Dark Templar. Oh, boy. It's gonna be close. Ooh, as a NightMare, he's not in a position to block. Adepts shade into the main. They get 1, they get 2, they get 3 probe kills. Can we get 4? Barely can. Not bad. 4 probes go down. And that Robo is almost done. Just needs a little bit more time. Meanwhile, here come the Dark Templar. It's gonna be a slow warping across the map. Now, bearing in mind that NightMare, he delayed his third base for this. Like, his third base is only just now starting. Gerald's is already done. Like, Gerald's is finishing up just now as NightMare throws his own down. Here come the Dark Templar. They're waddling in. Observer pops out just in time. And Gerald, he will defend. Loses a couple of probes. Does fully wall off. Does force a recall. Oh, the recall does not pay off, though. Snipes the Dark Templar. So far, only losing 2 probes. I spoke too soon. 3, 4, 5, 6 probes going down. It's okay damage. The problem here, though, is that, again, NightMare, he delayed his third base for this. It's good damage, but he needed more, I feel. As Gerald, he can recover, making 3 probes at a time. NightMare, he's slowly catching up with his third. He's getting there. We have our Gateway Explosion. No charge in sight for NightMare, not yet. We do see Gerald building up into a longer game, getting +1 in charge himself. Ooh, NightMare headed for the main, though. He's going for the main base, and he can go for the middle line. Likewise, he can go for the tech instead. Going for the probes. Gets 3 probes. And attempts to pull away. Yeah, a bit of an awkward retreat. We'll lose a Stalker. 1, 2 Stalkers go down. Does recall in time. Once again, trying to catch out those Stalkers. Not quite able to. And now we're saturating. We're building up, we're saturating. There is going to be a window in time where Gerald will have +1 over his opponents. So he's going to have that +1 timing. There's also going to be a +2 timing as well. So he will have those upgrades. NightMare looking for a way in. Oh, nice catch. That will still be cancelled. Does cancel the 4th. NightMare dragging the army out into the open, coming in for a flank. The Stalkers, then he just blinked. No! Gerald, he got baited. He got baited in. So many Stalkers going down. He chased the army, got caught by the Zealots. And NightMare, he's going for it. He is trying to go for it, but he does not have enough charge. That's okay. Gerald holds. Gerald, he holds on. Does hold, does defend. And now it's go time. Now it's go time. Remember, he has +1. Remember, he has that upgrade lead. He has +1 over his opponents. We have some Archons on the way to defend. See if Gerald can break through. NightMare is catching up with those upgrades. Ooh, he'll have 3 Archons. Gerald is rotating. Heads in between the bases. Oh, Este Dash. Why don't I see you in the tournament? SMH my head. As NightMare, he's committing. He's committing across the map. Bearing in mind, he's not getting +2. NightMare, I mean. Just moving out with everything he has. And he has the Archon lead. He has 2 more on the Jesus. He's going to have 5 Archons. Be up in Archons, up in Zealots, up in Stalkers, up in Army. We'll see how he engages. Archon, some of them lagging behind. Yeah, blinks on forward, dives on the Immortal. The Immortal does go down. Mass target firing. Yeah, takes out the Immortal. Mows through all those Zealots as well. Yeah, the Archons are overwhelmed, and you can just see how well the Archons trade against a Mass Zealot army. And with that, NightMare, he has done it. He has done it. He has broken through. The power of the DTs, true. Those used to be Dark Templar. Yeah, he breaks through that defensive line, takes down the Immortals, and NightMare, he will look to claim the series. Yeah, we had a back and forth. There's a world out there where Nickrat would be here instead of NightMare. Nickrat had a really strong showing, and even here, Gerald had some very strong games as well. But GG gets called, and NightMare will claim the series 3-1, and will be this month's Platinum StarCraft League champion. GG. Whew, GG, well played, congratulations. NightMare, he will claim it. Again, a cheeky build out of NightMare going for those Dark Templar. The DTs, they were able to deal quite a bit of damage across the map. They got 6 probe kills if you recall, but more importantly, they allowed NightMare to get into earlier Archon production. It was a much more of a smoother transition into Archons there for NightMare. And as you saw, Archons, they trade so well against Zealot heavy compositions. We had 20 Zealots, we had I want to say like 24, 26 Zealots for Gerald, and they just got annihilated. They just melted before those Archons. We saw that instead, Gerald, he had more of an Immortal heavy composition, but he only had 2 Immortals, and they got targeted immediately as well. So Gerald, he got caught out with that. GG, well played, congratulations to NightMare. And shout out to Gerald for making it, of course, to the finals. And hey, Gerald, he also said himself, he's a little bit out of practice. He was on vacation for some time. He was, of course, taking a break, especially after EWC, but now he's back, and so is NightMare. So is NightMare. So GG, well played, congratulations. Again, NightMare, he did retire for a time, but now he is back and he is regaining his lost skill. He's slowly getting back up there, and we expect greater things from NightMare as he only yesterday rejoined Streamer Zone. He rejoined Streamer Zone, so we're expecting bigger and greater things here from NightMare. We expect him to improve very quickly over the next couple of weeks and couple of months. We'll see how far he can go. We shall see. A lot of people have been very surprised by Percival's growth as of late, and NightMare may be another one of those players that's able to have a big spike here in his return to StarCraft. We'll see. We shall see. Regardless, GG, well played. Congratulations here to NightMare. And if you want to support NightMare as well as Geralt and the other top players of the tournament, Jumy and Nickrat, you can do so via the Matcherino. Exclamation mark Matcherino in the chat. So we get a link to the Matcherino page. There are some free codes still available that you can claim, that you can help to use to boost the prize pool of the tournament. Likewise, we also have another event on the horizon here. Before that, this is a monthly tournament. This is a monthly tournament every single month. We do have the Platinum StarCraft League. We just have the August edition. There's going to be one for September, October, and November as well. And coming into the end of the year, coming into December, there's going to be an end of year championship. I believe the top players of all these monthly tournaments are going to be invited into a big end of year championship. So do look forward to it. It's going to be a blast. It's going to be a blast. And a shout out to those working on the event as well. Shout out for all those at the Platinum Heroes and Platinum Esports as well. Bearing in mind that we are not the official casters of this event. This is only the second monthly we've casted, but for other monthlies we've had Steadfast or Dave Testa or Rotterdam as well. Typically they reach out to some of the other community casters to cover the event when they can, to kind of spread the love. It's kind of similar to OSC. For OSC as well, sometimes it's Wardy, sometimes it's Steadfast, sometimes it's us, sometimes it's Chicken Man. Similarly here for the Platinum Esports events as well, for the Platinum StarCraft League, as it's more of a community event, right? More of a community event, so other casters do get involved. So when it comes to the following months, we might cover it, or it might be covered by some of the other casters instead. I know it does depend on our schedule, of course. Even this weekend is very busy. We mentioned it earlier, but the Thermal 2v2 circuit is also right around the corner. The 2v2 circuit begins in like 15 minutes. Oh my god. It's about to begin, Bab. Yeah. Is Mark live? If he's live, we'll give him a raid. Because we do work on, yeah, he's live at the moment. We do work on that behind the scenes. For those that are curious, we do admin the events. When I say we, I mean myself, and alongside some of the other Ducklings, and alongside some of the other Thermal admins as well, of course. But we do work together to host, to run the event, to make sure it runs as smoothly as possible. So because of that, that's why we haven't been able to cast too much at this hour, because we've been focusing on running the 2v2 circuit instead. Unfortunately, it means that we haven't been able to cast it. We have not been able to cast it because we work with it in a different capacity. But regardless, it's been covered by Steadfast, by Thermal, by Wardy as well. It's been a very, very fun tournament. It's been a blast, and I know a lot of people have been really refreshed with the event as well, players and viewers included. So do check it out. Do check it out, as it will begin right after this. We'll give him a raid. We'll give Senor Slappy a raid. Slappy. Thermal. Otherwise, again, check out the match arena, check out future Platinum StarCraft League events in the future months as well. Do check them out. Catching up. Do check him out. But otherwise, thanks for watching. When it comes to the rest of our schedule here, bam, you can have a look at our current schedule, as we just wrapped up with this Saturday evening broadcast with the Platinum StarCraft League, and you can see tomorrow we're going to be live in less than 24 hours with the Sparkling Tuna Cup. That is our weekly tournament that we host here on the channel. That is not a league like restricted, so open to all players, all shapes, all sizes. You can see that we have StarCraft Evolution right after that. I don't think we're going to cast it though. A StarCraft Evolution League Championship did begin tonight and also tomorrow as well, but as I just mentioned, after our cast, bam, Thermal 2v2. So I don't think I'll be able to cover the StarCraft Evolution League live this week. I'm most likely to be going over them via replays throughout the course of the week. So we got a lot of replays next week in regards to StarCraft Evolution. Likewise, the rest of our schedule is looking insanely busy as always. Let me just double check. The rest of our schedule tomorrow, we have, on Monday we have the Wardy TV Monday. We have StarCraft Evolution League replay cast throughout the course of the week. We have Pegasus Cup as well. We have the Pond cast. We have Lily Cup weekly. True, we have a new weekly. KSL is next weekend. MSO is next weekend, alongside STC and our regular scheduled broadcasting. So again, we're live every single day. As you can see here with our schedule, we're live every single day, sometimes multiple times a day. We cast more StarCraft than any other channel out there, more than Wardy, more than Steadfast, more than anyone else. We have the quantity and we have a little bit of the quality as well. Let's go, baby, let's go. So thanks for watching, thanks for tuning in, and again, we'll see you guys tomorrow for Sparkling Tuna Cup. Otherwise, enjoy the plethora of events that are currently ongoing. It isn't just the 2v2 circuit that's about to begin, but I believe the CSO contender event is also in a couple of hours. The OSC King of the Hill tournament is also currently ongoing, and we have the StarCraft Evolution League Championship that did begin today as well. There's just so much content, so much StarCraft. I wish I could cast everything. I'll be honest. If I could, I would cast OSC King of the Hill as well, and I'd also cast StarCraft Evolution, and just all of it, baby. But you know, we got to pick and choose, and only so much we can do. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We do appreciate it, and we'll see you guys tomorrow or whenever we happen to see you. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Ciao, papi, ciao. See you next time.